X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who spit facts online all the time. Can you see it? All the ones who drag my name every single day. Can you see it? Can you see it? Can you see it? They keep saying you don't have what it takes to carve out your own name underneath the shadows of gods. And I keep waiting for the day disbelievers say I flew way too close to the sun. I wait, but it never really comes. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. Why do they just stand there against when they fall from the battles I have overcome? You feel it, feel the cope and the seething tone that they make while I stand up, man among gods. And I keep thinking with my mill, shooting ropes in my cold that faces towards the sun. They hate, but I'm sitting comfy with their mom. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all that shackled mind. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A spell that attracts all who speak facts online all the time. The X in my name is not just a symbol or a target sign. A force that compels all to rebel from all right shackled minds. It's you and me, your mom, it's me. I'll take another hit from my name. You'll see now, watch me right now, punch your things now. Show you how.
Good afternoon, everybody. Hello, hello. It is so good to see all of you. Welcome back. It's been a few days since my last stream. I'm so sorry, but it is good to be back and here with you all. So good to see all of you. My hair is still a ridiculous mess because it's so goddamn long. I really need to get it cut. It's not like long enough to look good as long hair, but it's too long to look good as short hair. You know what I mean? Your hair looks nice. You guys always say that, and I do appreciate it, but I also disagree. And I'm gonna make this very clear. When it comes to how I dress and how I present myself, I primarily prioritize comfort. Like, I will literally go out, unless I'm going to a place where it is expected and socially sort of imposed to some extent that you dress nice, I just dress comfy. I wear, like, basketball shorts and, like, slippers and a t-shirt when I go out to get my groceries or to get my, like, errands done or whatever. Like, if I'm going out with friends or going to the range, I'll wear boots and, like, you know, jeans and a flannel and stuff just to, you know, because I want to look nice. But generally, especially in regards to my hair, I just want it to be comfy. And the comfiest my hair is when it's nice and short. Honestly, mood? Exactly. That's like a big thing with Gen Z. that my mom doesn't even understand. Like, my mom will be like, all right, we got to go to the vape store really quick. And it's going to be like a literally 2-minute, like, out the door and back type thing. And my mom will be like, you're just going to wear slippers and basketball shorts and a t-shirt? I'm like, yes. Yeah, we're going to the vape store for 2 minutes, then coming home. I'm not, like, going to my like, dresser, finding a pair of socks, putting those on, lacing up my boots, and then, like after I've got jeans and a belt and, like, undershirt and, like, whatever nice-looking attire that, like, she'd want me to wear. And this used to be an argument I'd have with my mom all the time, until she started to realize every other person out in public in their, like, mid to early 20s, and then also back when I was a teenager, dressed exactly the same way I did. Exactly the same way. And my mom just eventually was like, you Gen Zers are just so lazy. And that was the end of it. We are a particularly lazy generation. We just don't have anything to prove, I guess. There's no way that there's actually a sociological phenomenon happening in which, like, Gen Z is unironically, statistically more lazy than generations before it. It's gotta be just, like, another type of laziness that is prevalent in our day and age. Like, I bet the internet has made it more obvious and has made it seem more common. I was making that joke the other day that I would spend an hour doing dolling up to go on a 20-minute outing, but I'm trans and seeking to satisfy my dysphoria. So, well, yeah, if you're trans, then you're going out there and you're trying to put in, like, the effort to present the way that you want to. But generally, I don't know. I just go out dressed however I feel. Like, obviously, I make sure I'm decent, right? But, you know, I'm not gonna go wear a suit to go get my groceries. Oh no, it is not going to be the first time, Frost Throne. Putting my best face forward, stress relieving too, honestly. I mean, yeah, it's fun. No Jordan B. Peterson zoot suit. I will say that suit he had was pretty neat. The Heaven and Hell suit. Is it laziness or just being efficient? It might not even be laziness. I think what's happening is that each successive generation realizes how stupid the rigid social expectations that we have to live under are. And so each successive generation is more fuck that than the last, right? Like, there might be for all we know, there's just this certain natural state that humans would be in were it not for other humans creating systems to put everyone down or put certain people down, that we just haven't seen yet, you know? For all we know, like, your sexuality isn't, like, I don't know if we even have 100% solid consensus that people are born the sexuality that they are. Which sounds like a controversial statement, but I don't think it's controversial or homophobic or anything to say. It's possible that very early development can determine your sexuality, and that were it not for the imposing of heteronormative expectations and standards, most humans, if not all humans, could be bisexual or pansexual or whatever. Like, it's very possible the only reason I'm straight, or any of you guys in chat that are straight, is because that's what you were exposed to from a very young age, and that's what your brain just kind of molded around, was heterosexuality, like guys like girls. It is completely possible that outside of any of those stimuli, humans just end up being attracted to anybody. Yeah, it's possible that all straight people were groomed into being straight. I will say I have not tried sucking a dick, so I can't know for a fact that I'm not, like, gay, you know? Because you have to suck a dick to know, right? Like, that's how you know. You have to suck a dick, and if you don't suck a dick, you'll never truly know. So I'm currently unverified straight. Until I've sucked a dick, I'll not be verified. I hate that being queer and academically curious makes me need to weigh the desire for knowledge with the consequences of discovery, namely how conservatives try to spin things. Yeah. Xanderhall, remember that girl dick exists? Well, that's the thing, though. I don't think it makes me transphobic. I really don't. I'm sure there'll be one or two people in chat that will say it does. But I don't particularly find gawk attractive. Not because I don't think the person it's attached to is a woman, but because I'm not into cock. I'm gonna be real. I like titties and I like pussy. But I feel like there are totally straight dudes out there, like 100% straight dudes that are into gawk. And only gawk. I'm pretty sure I said isn't, Lilithian. Xanderhall, would you react to a new Pillar of Garbage video? I don't like reacting to videos that I know I agree with unless it's like a really, really good takedown I've seen already, and they make arguments in it that I think are really good and I want to add more to them. And I want to, like, showcase them. No. I don't think that, like, a straight guy who's attracted to trans women, even if they haven't had bottom surgery, I don't think that makes them a chaser. No. I think, like, there are plenty of straight dudes out there who would see, like, a woman's penis and be like, yeah, it's just a lady dick, who cares? You know, penis, vagina. Some chicks have dicks, bro. Have you tried sucking your own? Dog, I'm not even flexible enough to touch my own toes, nor have I ever been. Nor would I want to even try sucking my own dick, but I've never... The thoughts never crossed my mind, and I've never tried because even if I did try, like, even if I wanted to, it would be a failure. I'm not very flexible. Can't touch your toes? I mean, I can if I bend my knees a little. Like, I touch my toes after getting out of the nice hot shower before stream today, because it, like, loosens my muscles up, and my back popped. Like, several vertebrae popped when I reached down to touch my toes. Did it feel nice? Yes. I need to get into the habit of doing it more often. Yeah, well, listen, Balthazar. Chat made me discuss this topic, okay? You need to stretch? Yeah, I really do. I need to get into stretching as, like, a daily thing that I do, badly. Especially because I got this, like, back pain that has been persisting in my, like, very upper back, almost shoulders, for about, 6 months now. Yoga stream? No, we're not doing any yoga streams, but I'm definitely going to get in the habit of stretching every morning. I keep forgetting. Do you think it could be your chair or something? Not really. My chair is pretty comfortable. It's not... like, I've had such worse chairs. I've had such worse chairs. I lucked the fuck out with this one. This is, like, in the 80 to 90th percentile of quality of chairs that I've ever had. The ideal chair, though, and what I do plan to get when I move into my permanent, like, house here, not permanent, but long-term house here in December, is, like a lazy boy recliner, but a smaller one, because I still want something. The downside of a lazy boy recliner is that the entire back of the chair is like, it's huge. It'll take up like this much room. You'll barely be able to see behind me. So my goal is going to be to try to find one with a smaller, narrower back, so that it provides the comfort of a big recliner, so I can do those long, comfy streams, but doesn't just completely obscure the background that I'm going to put a lot of work into to make it nice. Yeah, it's because I'm lazy, yeah. I'm a lazy boy, so I need a lazy boy recliner. Huge. Okay, everybody, listen. I love you all very much. I appreciate you all coming out today. I want to remind you all, tomorrow night, after stream, we get a brand new 2 episodes of Fiona and Cake. I will, of course, be hosting a watch party in the Discord for the premiere of the 2 new episodes tomorrow at midnight PST. They premiere as soon as it becomes Thursday in the West Coast. And I'm going to be moving people directly from my stream tomorrow into the voice chat for the watch party. So get excited for that. It's going to be a great time. We've been having a fantastic time watch partying the shows. All right, midnight. I thought those released Thursday. Yeah, tomorrow night at midnight when it becomes Thursday. Because as soon as it becomes midnight, my time on Wednesday night, well, it'll become Thursday, then the episodes become available. They're midnight releases. Ingenious plan? Yes. And I'll be directing all of you guys, like, at the end of my stream into the theater chat to watch it. Wouldn't it be better if the IKEA shark over there faced the opposite way? I just put it however it looks nice whenever I'm making my bed. Need to get a mic for watch parties? It would be nice, but most people are communicating through the text chat. Unfortunately, I'll be at school while it happens at midnight? What are you, European? What are you, a Euro? Are you a Eurocock? I think we might have a Eurocock on our hands, guys. British class? Oh, God. I'm a Scootish. You know, one day, I'm going to become the president of the world, unite all nations against the UK, and then we're going to win. We're going to beat the British, we're going to take back all their land, and we're going to distribute all the land that was once... that was once England to Ireland, Northern Ireland, and Scotland. And Wales. They'll get all the land equally divvied up between the 4 of them. Wales is gonna like quintuple in size or more. Like, how big is Wales? Isn't Wales like 5% of the of like the islands? Hey Zan, will you be able to restore Polish Lithuanian Commonwealth if gonna be president? Of course, yeah. Yeah, just consider it done. Dismantle Britain, keep Ireland divided. Whoa, hold on. If they want to reunite or whatever, they can do that, okay? I didn't say they didn't have to. I'm just saying that right now, there is a Northern and there's an Ireland and a Northern Ireland. So they would get that land equally divvied up to them, and then they could combine if they want. Meaning all of that land would be combined into one big Ireland. So it's like, even better. The point is they would have the freedom to do what they please. We would dismantle England, and we would pave over the Thames River, and just like set up a big super highway on top of the Thames. Like a big strode with a lot of like giant parking lot strip mall outlets and Walmarts and McDonald's drive-thrus and Chick-fil-A drive-thrus, just like just a big strip where the Thames once was. It's just a big strode strip of America. You're early, Ilithia. Or Ilitha. So it'd just be Wales, Scotland, and Ireland? Okay. American colonialism is just McDonald's? True. Apparently, if you go to, like, some other countries, the McDonald's menu is very different. So that's interesting. I didn't know that was the case. I figured that no matter where you went in the world, you could, like, always rely on the menu being exactly the same at a given McDonald's. Besides, like, you know, the ice cream machine being broken. Okay. I got some exciting segments for us to do today. It's not going to be the longest stream ever, but guess what? Tomorrow is going to be a long stream. I'm probably going to start stream somewhere around 3 or 5 p.m. tomorrow, and I'll be wrapping up stream around 11:30 p.m. to 11:45 because I'll be getting people directly into the watch party for the new episode of Fiona and Cake after stream tomorrow, and that starts at midnight, so I want to get people in there and not have much of a wait until midnight. So long stream tomorrow. So today's stream's not going to be as long. It'll be like 3 hours, 2.5, 2 hours, 45 minutes, somewhere in that area. How's the Fiona and Cake show? Oh, it goes hard as fuck. The second episode in particular beats out literally everything else, like every other Adventure Time episode, by a lot, by like several magnitudes. I'll be in night class, I'm sorry. Minimum volts. Oh, sorry, not minimum volts, Hemorrhoid King. Your name's like mixed up because you're right on top of each other. Yeah, Royale with cheese. That's what that's literally the scene. The scene from Pulp Fiction where they're in the car and they're talking about what they call a quarter pounder with cheese in Paris. That scene like flashed in my head when I mentioned that. Yeah, minimum hemorrhoids. That'd be a good name. You guys should have a kid. And their username should be minimum heroids? Hemorrhoids. What is a heroid? Is that like when you have like a hemorrhoid in your hair? I'm running out of coffee, guys. If you can't tell, I'm stalling for time so I can finish my coffee. Because I'm a little sleepy, a tiny little bit sleepy, but I'll be a lot less sleepy after I finish my kofifi. Is it black coffee? No. Like the exact opposite, French vanilla. It's so sweet you don't even have to put creamer or sugar into it. Yeah, I think I was trying to say heroin. Okay. Here, let me move my empty coffee cup to the side. Let's get these segments set up, guys. Hey, if you're watching right now and you want to help out the stream, I always appreciate it if you guys hit the like button. That thumbs up button over on YouTube basically forces the platform to push my content out to brand new people, non-subscribers who may potentially become subscribers. So if you want to hit that button, it really means a lot to me. It goes a long way. Even if you're watching on the site right now, you can just click on the title of the stream that kind of pops up if you hover over the video, and that'll take you, like it'll open a new tab to the YouTube page for it, and you can just hit the like button, close it, and come right back to the site. But yeah, I do appreciate every single one of you who does that. It means a lot. And of course, donos, subs, gifted subs, any form of financial support you want to give me through my website, YouTube, Streamlabs, Stream Elements, Patreon, Twitch, whatever it may be. I really do appreciate it. Your direct financial support is, of course, how I'm able to do this for a living and to keep the show on the air. So I really do appreciate it. Of course, those of you who are just here lurking, I appreciate you as well. All right. Was okay. Did stream go silent? Yes, it went silent on purpose because I muted the opera audio so that whenever the video auto plays upon opening, because YouTube sucks, you guys don't hear the audio and immediately know what segment I'm about to do. I have to like manually mute it that way. Stream is laggy for me. Hey chat, how's the stream quality? Just checking in. Nice Pictish cat, welcome. It's all good. Okay, people in chat aren't reporting issues. Okay, perfect. Cool. All right. Fine for me? Awesome. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1. Action. You know what's really funny? My biggest online cultural contribution was a complete accident. You see, a few years back, I did a video where I covered the drama involving EDP445, aka Eat Dat Pussy 445, that's what it stands for, and the video that came out of him when he was caught in a sting operation attempting to meet up with what he thought was a, I think, 13-year-old girl. He got outed as a pedophile. Now, the people who outed him ended up being, like, really awful themselves. And not only that, but they went about exposing him in, like, the worst way possible because they didn't have the police involved. They basically made it so that none of the evidence they collected would be admissible for charging him. And so because of that, despite EDP getting exposed to the whole internet as, you know, a pedophile, he didn't get criminally charged. Not with any serious time, at least. So he is back out on the street, and he recently got caught, once again, in another sting op, trying to meet up with a little girl. And that's what we're going to be getting to in a moment. Now, when I covered this, what ended up happening was we found out that the guys who exposed him were themselves really, really iffy in regards to stuff they'd said in the past in regards to children. The guy, the ginger redhead guy, the racist guy, had said, like, in a live stream in a checkout line at a grocery store, I believe something along the lines of, like, he has a kid locked up in his basement that he likes to, like, abuse and do things to. It was very clearly him trying to be, like, an edgelord or whatever, and I'm sure that's not real, it's not serious, but, you know, it's very clear that that guy had his own list of problems, and he only exposed EDP for the clout that would come with it, not for any justice actually coming about and any prevention of children actually getting harmed coming about, because, of course, the way they went about it had none of the results you would hope to happen from somebody getting exposed that way. Not only that, but YouTube didn't care at all either, because they didn't ban him. He still had a YouTube channel and was still uploading on YouTube, still had an audience that was defending him, and didn't care that he had been outed as a pedo. Not only a pedo, but an attempted child sexual assaulter, attempted child rapist. And so I covered the whole situation, and I, like, threw together this thumbnail very quickly. Like, I just threw it together in Photoshop in, like, a minute and a half. I found, like, an interesting looking background, a picture of the ginger redhead looking guy, and a picture of EDP looking crazy, cut them out, put them on the background. It might not have even been a background. I might have just had, like, the raw photo of the ginger redhead guy as the background. And then I wrote racist versus pedo as the text for the thumbnail. And since then, that thumbnail You can find it right now. If you look it up, you'll find that image on Google right now. If you look up racist versus pedo, it might be the first thing that comes up. I've seen that meme all over the place. I've seen it on Twitter, used as a reaction image to whenever a racist and a pedophile get into an argument. They'll post my thumbnail as like a reaction image, like racist versus pedo. I saw there was somebody, I think it was Ian Miles Chong and like some other conservative figure who'd been outed as a pedo before, and the meme got posted quote tweeting him, racist versus pedo. So that is the biggest cultural contribution I've made, and it was by total accident, and it involves this situation, which is why I am glad to tell you guys that we are returning to this topic. But what I'm not glad to tell you is that EDP is free, and EDP was out looking to sexually assault some kids. I've actually got a video here by a friend of mine, friend of the channel, Jalen, who is... Well, I have to switch the screens. Our friend Jalen here, friend of the channel, who is rocking the trans rights flag on the Roblox gun here. So she made a video called EDP445, Caught Again, and I've been recommended this video as a good one to basically get all of the info on what happened with this new situation, some video clips, etc. So let's take a look, because I actually don't know what happened. I haven't seen this yet. I don't know what went down, and I'm sure that there's no doubt going to be some things I have to say on it. Let's check it out.
Honestly, I don't think anyone should be surprised. EDP445 has once again been caught in 4K, and somehow Gideon is involved in this whole mess. EDP445...
Wait, did Gideon, like, expose him? That'd be really funny. That'd be really, really funny if Gideon was the one who exposed him. Gideon's had some, like, iffy positions in the past. So my understanding of him is that he's, like, basically a troll. I've seen him go to, like, the most racist town in America and, like, troll racists, but then the, like, ending monologue of the video is that not every racist is a bad person or something like that. I forget what the ending monologue was, but it was a little iffy, but nothing awful. It was just a very, you know, liberal, unsurprising, uncontroversial, like, you know, we can love and accept everybody and there won't be racism anymore kind of take, right? And then I also saw Gideon at a gun show. Now, here's the thing with gun shows. There are legal loopholes involving them that allow you to basically, depending on the state, go into a gun show, have a owner to new owner exchange legally of firearm ownership. Like, you can just buy it there, basically, under the table purchase, I guess you could call it, but it'd still be above board, depending on the state, of course. And it's illegal, but it's also not very politically popular, and it's also not seen as very responsible on the gun retailer's part, which means something that's really common at gun shows is you're not allowed to record. You're not allowed to record a lot at gun shows. The vendors themselves will demand that you stop recording, depending on what event it is. If it's like a very above board event and everything, and it's very like, it's meant to be a big media event where they're showing off new stuff and new models of whatever is coming in the next year, that's different. But like the like gun show being hosted for the good old boys in town to come like see new guns and maybe sell and buy some new ones, they're not going to like you recording. So what Gideon did was went into one of those gun shows recording, and one of the vendors was like yelling at him, telling him to stop recording, stop recording, stop recording. And the guy was like, what do you mean? What? I thought that this is my First Amendment right. I just really like the First Amendment, you know, like it's in the Constitution. I'm a big fan of the Constitution. I don't know if you guys like aren't big Constitution people around here. Like I love it. You know, I'm a big fan of the... And so he's like trolling these like gun guys at the gun show because they're demanding he stops recording. And he's talking about how that's protected by his First Amendment rights. And he starts talking about how much he loves the Constitution. He thinks that the amendments are the greatest thing ever, and tells them they should read up on the Constitution and the amendments. You know, it was a very good troll, but he's also trolled lefties and stuff. Gideon genuinely seems to be an equally balanced troll. If anything, more weighing on the left with some of his positions, right? Yeah, a lot of the time as well, they don't want their faces associated with, like, the, like, Confederate flag and stuff that'll usually be hanging up behind them on, like, those, like, metal wire frames that a lot of the vendors will usually hang their stuff on. If you've been to, like, a yard sale or a flea market, or, not a yard sale, flea market or, like, a gun show, you know what I'm talking about.
Is probably one of the worst people I've had the displeasure to cover on this channel. I mean, this dude had every chance to redeem himself, every chance to save himself.
I don't know. I don't think he did. I think that when he got caught trying to get with the literal child, it was over. This may be in reference to before everything came out and the video dropped, maybe.
He had to do was not be a creep, not message minors.
Oh, okay.
But he did it again and again and again. Now, back before...
Yeah, so apparently he had, like, a long... EDP445 had a long history prior to this video coming out of messaging underage girls. He had been caught doing this multiple times, basically just kind of shrugged it off and got away with it. And because of that, he became a high-profile target for, like, pedo hunting groups to expose, because everyone knew what he was likely to actually take the bait and get exposed. And, you know, he's a big figure, and so obviously exposing him as a pedo is a big, you know, that's a big payday, right? But the way that these guys went about it in this video, it didn't result in any justice being done. He stayed out on the streets, and now he's been caught again. Hopefully Gideon worked with the police and actually, like, goes about it the right way. He's a big creator who seems pretty intelligent and seems like he knows quite a bit about this stuff. So I think it's potentially possible that maybe this was done with the police. The news sting up. I'm surprised Shu wasn't on his case. Why would Shu be on his case? Shu Head doesn't actually, like, argue and dunk on, like, pedos anymore. She basically just does the conspiracy bait.
Chet Goldstein ran the sting operation and caught him in 4K on camera trying to meet up with a minor. There was a small YouTuber by the name of Cold Raven who was calling out EDP every time one of these incidents happened. And if I remember correctly, he had been messaging over 5 minors. Now, EDP would respond to this several times. A couple times he would just kind of avoid the question, or he would run away when people would bring it up. But overall, it seemed like the guy was getting away from it. I mean, his audience didn't care. And then at one point...
That's the craziest thing as well, is that YouTube does not consider being a real-life pedophile to be TOS. Like, being a like, sex pest, or, like, a verified, like, sexual assaulter, or being caught, like, trying to get with a child, in no way means you are likely to get your YouTube channel yeeted. Which is why, despite all of this getting exposed and being massive news and everyone on YouTube talking about it and knowing about it, EDP's channel was still up. Might still be up.
He would just straight up admit to it, and he would basically just victim blame these 15-year-old, 16-year-old girls that he was messaging. And this video was so bad that he ended up deleting it. I'm just gonna play a small bit of that here.
Full unbiased side of the story. Yeah, so
this is his defense to, like, sexting like 15-year-old
15-year-old little but 15, 16, 17-year-old little but a little fucking bitch who goes out here and sucks every guy's regardless if they're over the age of 18 or not. And you know, I'm just a little fucking bitch with goddamn dresses and fucking strings rammed up my motherfucking ass. My life at home sucks so fucking much that that I'll do anything to...
He's basically doing, like, the male version of the Colleen Ballinger defense. Have you guys noticed that? His response was basically to say, but but I had all of these young girls messaging me, and I'm just such a lonely guy that I had no other reasonable recourse but to try to get with minors. Yeah, that's basically his response, is that, like, nah, I'm not a pedophile, I'm just lonely. That's like the most... He's doing, the toxic kidney train. Oh, God. Yeah, he's doing that argument, but he's a dude, and so it doesn't come off anywhere near as endearing, I think, even to his own audience, as Colleen Ballinger's excuses did, where she was like, oh, I'm just a lonely, pathetic woman who, was talking to young guys. I probably shouldn't have been doing that, it was ridiculous. And then, of course, that time that she essentially, like, sexually embarrassed that like, young girl on stage, like, claiming it was a fart joke or something, and that girl was, like, humiliated, and it was, like, a very inappropriate thing to ask that girl to do. Like, I forget all the details, but apparently she wasn't, like, dressed appropriately. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. We're not getting stun-locked on Colleen Ballinger right now. I just think it's interesting that so many of these YouTubers use the defense that they're, like, lonely as, like, their response to getting outed as a sexual predator who tries to go after, like, underage girls or something, or does, like, it'll also happen when, like, a YouTuber gets, like, exposed as, like, abusive to their partner or to, like, a fan or something. It's really bizarre. It's what they go to. They think, like, okay, maybe people would rather believe I'm pathetic than evil, I guess. I'm assuming that's the thought process.
To get some fucking attention. I'll do anything to get some attention from a big-time YouTuber.
He is basically, like, victim blaming, like these minors that he's talking.
Yeah, he also claimed, if you didn't hear it, that he, that like, the girls that were messaging him, mind you, children, underage girls, not adult girls, that they were quote-unquote whores who were messaging every guy and, like, trying to get with him. So he legitimately tries to claim that these were, like, evil, underage girls who were trying to, like, trick him into... I don't even know. It's literally just... It's deranged. It makes no sense. He's just a predator. It's the Andrew Tate defense? No, Andrew Tate doesn't use that defense. Andrew Tate claims there was never any victim. There was never anything like that. He just denies, but the evidence says otherwise. Not a rapper. I'm not a rapper. I know it's just natural for me, but I'm not a rapper.
Into. So, just in case you didn't know how truly reprehensible this guy was, I mean, that video should be the nail in the coffin. A few months after that, he would be caught in 4K by Chad Goldstein. Unfortunately, those guys were extremely unprofessional, didn't work with the police, and because of that, EDP was allowed to go free. Thankfully, though, YouTube and all the other social media platforms, they came together, and they removed his platforms, which...
I was under the impression he still had a YouTube channel. Did he, like, make a new one and they haven't gotten it or something? Because, like, from what I remember, and granted, maybe I'm just kind of mixing up the timeline here, I thought he was still on YouTube, maybe under a new name, and YouTube just hadn't done anything. He has a website now. I thought he was, like, imminently going to die from kidney failure. When's that gonna happen?
Which is a good thing, because clearly this guy is a danger around kids. However, of course, that wouldn't keep EDP away from the internet, and he's made several attempts to try and come back, and he even has a new Instagram account with several thousand followers, and he's once again using this account to message minors. Now,
okay, so he's back online under new names and new accounts. That's what that tracks with what I'd heard.
The irony to this whole thing is, about a month ago or so, EDP actually released an apology. He actually finally owned up to his actions. There was even like one point where he did like an interview with AI Obama where
I'm gonna be real. Listen, okay, you can't do the apology video for attempting to sexually assault a 13-year-old girl or someone you thought was a 13-year-old girl. When you went to meet up, like you can apologize for, like, saying a rude thing online, or, like, getting into some drama with another YouTuber, or like maybe I don't know, just like usual YouTuber things that you have to apologize for, but full on crimes so bad that they have to put you in a separate prison block because the other prisoners will kill you and abuse the shit out of you because what you tried to do was that bad. Like, that's how bad of a crime it is. That might be beyond a YouTube apology. I'm gonna be real. I don't think it's gonna fly.
Where he claimed that he was like set up and like he was an actor or something. The guy's tried everything imaginable to try and get out of this whole thing.
Right, and obviously Javier with a camera in your face would be another indication.
Right, exactly, dude, exactly. And then all of a sudden, we get done fucking shooting. I go home. All of a sudden, fucking hell breaks loose. I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? You know what I mean? So.
Okay, so in your mind, the acting scene is over. You walk back to your car parked at the right.
He's trying to claim that it was acting. He's trying to claim that they got together to record a video and it was acting. And it was a scripted video and he was walking away because they were done filming the video and they'd posted it as if it was real. That is unironically the excuse he's trying to make in his interview with AI Obama.
Aid. Did you conversate with any of the guys?
So he finally came out. He finally admitted it. He finally took accountability for being a creep, and he promised that he would be getting help, that he would never do this again.
No, in that clip, he just said that it was a scripted video and that he was playing a character, and that wasn't actually him getting exposed. That's what he just said.
This comes a month after he releases this apology here.
Responsibility, full accountability for what happened a few years ago, and I am taking the proper steps to living a better life.
Xander Hall, quick correction. EDP445's channel was terminated shortly after the first Sting op went public. Oh, okay, thank you, Tipster. Yeah, I'm sorry. Some of this info is like a little bit mixed up timeline-wise in my head because I haven't thought about this guy since the news about his kidneys failing came out, and I didn't think about him before that since the video I made that became like the viral meme.
To seeking out proper treatment.
Electroshock therapy, just like full on. That's what you need, dude. Chemical castration as well.
There is actually research on this topic, and the best understanding I have of like what the best way to treat, like the ideal world is one in which we get pedophiles to be scared of hurting a child by acting on their urges. And because of that fear, they seek out medical professionals to try to make them no longer have those desires to hurt a child. And from my understanding, the best way to do that is a heavily, not like a prison-like environment, but a heavily controlled environment in which you can't leave, obviously, where you're given like therapy. And there's been research into like there's like a few different therapies that have been tried. I know they'll usually try like medications that can like reduce sex drive just generally, and reduce libido. Yeah, that's a big thing. That's pretty common. They'll do what is oftentimes nicknamed chemical castration. But as far as like rehabilitative treatments, I haven't done a ton of research on it, but the best thing that they've found from what I can tell, and do not take what I say here with a grain of salt, because I haven't done a shit ton of research into this. It's kind of a grim subject matter. My best understanding is that medical professionals and therapists try to prevent pedophiles from acting on their urges, but there's no way to make them lose those urges. There's only ways to make them control them and never ever act on them. Which is really doomering. That's a really doomer concept to me. That, like, you kind of have, like in an ideal world where we're not just, like, you know, executing everybody who happens to end up a pedophile, then they just kind of have to be let out there and trusted to not act on, like, I don't know. It's a very rough situation, because, like, the protection of children from predators is paramount, but also freedom. Like, the baseline freedom is also paramount. And so it's one of those balancing acts of, like, how much freedom are we willing to give up to protect children? I'm willing to give up quite a bit of freedom to protect children, but I also think there's a little bit too much freedom given up in the name of protecting children, too.
Making sure that this does not happen again.
This was a month ago. A month ago, he was like, I'm taking accountability. I'm taking the steps. And I'm going to make sure this doesn't happen again. He was probably messaging these minors as he was recording this, too. Well, less than,
Yeah, it's unfortunate that a lot of the discussion around, like, there are two types of people who will have the discussion around whether or not there is certain harms that can come from, like, the stigma that we have of pedophiles in our society. Pedophiles, MAPS, you know, those are the people that make those arguments, and you can kind of tell because of how logically inconsistent and apologetic towards pedophiles their arguments will be. And those who are in a very unfortunate situation where they have to carefully word their position on how they are open to certain, like, new methods for preventing children from being abused by pedophiles, without that being used against them, you know? I know for a fact that both Destiny and Vosh have both had clips used against them where they talk about that same thing, and they just didn't word what they were saying carefully enough, and it was easy to clip, and so it got clipped. You gotta be careful. You gotta make sure that, like, when you talk about, especially stuff like this, that you just know people are going to be like, come on, just one clip of him saying something sus. Just one clip of him saying something sus. You got to word everything really carefully so that it's structured in such a way that it can't be clipped out of context without it being blaringly obvious. And even if it is cut out of context, there's nothing bad there, right? Got to be careful. Nazis and woke scolds are out there, and they're the types of people who make the conversation so hard to have because they just kind of want to get, like, you know, a dub in, like, the drama sphere or a political dub, and they're completely willing to put to the wayside efforts to try to talk about the best ways to protect kids from, you know, vile predators if it means that they get, like, a epic own on lefties or whatever.
a month later, he has been caught messaging multiple other minors. Another victim of EDPs has come forward. EDP445 victim speaks out about his behavior, accuses him of having explicit pictures of minors on his phone. And I mean, I'm not surprised. And of course, you got Leafy doing the
Thank God Elon Musk bought Twitter and brought the greatest mind that ever graced YouTube as a platform back. Leafy's response to like a known pedophile's victim coming forward about what happened to her. His comment is she legal now? He's also a Nazi and like a massive transphobe. Yeah, Leafy's like. He's become more of a piece of shit than Keemstar. I actually believe that. I think Keemstar is actually a better person than Leafy.
Doing the meme, is she legal now? I don't know if you guys have seen the dark humor Leafy meme. I mean, he's...
Yeah, man. Hold on, let me do my Leafy voice.
Yeah, man, I have really dark humor. Pedophilia.
That's my Leafy impression. If I could crane my jaw like... Oh, that hurts really bad. Hold on. I can't make me not have a jaw and, like, a chin. I can't, like, make this morph into my neck. Like, I can't fill this, like, gap that exists in this area that allows me to have a chin and a jawline with like, flesh and skin to, like, imitate Leafy's face. I try so hard by, like, craning my jaw back, but I literally can't. Jawline too strong? Yeah. It's genetics, man. You're just born with it? Yeah. I would love if I could, like, Jake the dog morph my face for the sake of comedy. Like, imagine if I could, like it was The Mask. Like, I could not just do impressions, but facially, like, transform my face to look a lot, not exactly, but a lot like the person I'm doing an impression of. Like, I would just basically, like, mush around my face a bit, and I would look like Trump almost. And I'd be like,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm telling you, if you vote for me, you're all gonna get a free bad dragon dildo. We love the bad dragon dildos, don't we, people? We love them. That's right, ladies and gentlemen.
like, you know, as I'm doing the impression, I would just look like him. It would be perfect. He's got my vote. You don't need shapeshifting with how great your impressions are. That was not a good impression. I hold on. I can do. Let me see if I can try to do a really good one. Hold on.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I did everything right, and they still indicted me. They still indicted me. I'm telling you, folks, there's nothing you can do right with these Democrats, these demon rats.
That sounds even worse. Fuck you.
He's literally doing the meme. So this is basically this girl's accusations, and we're gonna play.
It's easier when I'm drunk or high. When I'm drunk or high, it's easier. It's almost 4:20 p.m.
Play this.
Hello, my name is Kayla, and I am unfortunately EDP's victim. I am 16, I'm turning 17.
Oh, good. Leafy was commenting on somebody who is actively 16. Fantastic.
EDP first started talking to me when I was 15.
So yeah, I mean this is obviously like a kid, like this person is obviously pretty young, and EDP's messaging them, sup, is this the real EDP or just a fan account? If it's the real EDP, you should make more TikToks, you're funny, my friends and I are 15. We love watching them. So right off the bat, she's like, she told him her age, right? So he knows this girl's age. I don't do TikTok anymore, I have my own website.
He messaged me first, and I told him my age, and he didn't block me.
Actually, hold on, I need to go back. Like, he messaged this girl first. What the fuck? Why? Why are you messaging a 15-year-old dude?
First, and I told him my age, and he didn't block me. I didn't really know who he was. I remember seeing him back in like 2021, but all I knew was that he was caught in a predator catch before.
So I mean, yeah, this girl like knows that the guy's a predator. I'm pretty sure she's obviously like trying to catch him again. And like anytime this happens,
Fucking based. Like, she got messaged by EDP and then was like, oh, I already know this guy's got outed as a predator before. Oh shit. I could totally like, I could get him. I could fucking get him. And she just did her own sting op and exposed him as still doing this shit. Yeah, I mean, I don't give her shit for not working with the police because she's literally 16 and was an actual child being, like, sexually harassed by him. But, no, based. She incurred a lot of risk by doing that. It's brave of her.
EDP always uses that as a defense. Oh, they're trying to get me. They're trying to catch me. They're just trying to expose me. They're just trying to get clout or whatever. But like, you're still falling for it, dude. Like, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. You're known to be a predator, and so you're still sitting there messaging these kids, right? It's not on them, okay? It doesn't matter if they're trying to get clout. It doesn't matter if they're trying to catch you or whatever. Stop talking to them. Stop being a fucking creep. And I hate how he always uses that as some sort of defense. Like it's on them. Like it's on them. No, you're the one doing the illegal action, okay?
I didn't really know that he was friends with Tyler, the creator, or any of these other people. There's actual messages of me telling my age to him several times, and there's voice messages of other victims that he groomed.
I mean, regardless of
I crossed out the other victim's name out of respect for her privacy. It looks like he's sending her like Instagram pictures. I think she's from my area because she has 619. I don't know what that means, but she looks
I assume 619 is an area code for a phone number.
like a Stacy lol. And this is a voice message, okay? This is a voice message from EDP.
situation, Kayla, I don't give a like, she's like, oh, I'm gonna ruin your life. Well, if you think that you can ruin that bitch any more than what it's already been ruined, you go right the fuck ahead. Be my fucking guest, bitch. As a matter of fact, mother, I'll get front row tickets to see this fucking shit, dude. You know what I mean? It's like, I really don't give a shit anymore. You know what I mean?
Some random ass B-word claiming she's gonna ruin my life. Talking she's 17 and she's gonna leak convos we had. Well, bitch, do you? I don't give a fuck. anymore. If she's in Vegas and she's over 18, she's over the age of consent. Oh wait, 16. I said 16. Also, there's some creepy ass guy outside of my house in my neighborhood screaming, hey. I think she's in California or some bullshit. The fuck? Stacy's wild. What's her Instagram? I want to see what she looks like. I bet she's blonde.
I'd be like, oh, Kayla, why are you agreeing with him? Well, the thing is,
This dude's just so fucked.
I had to, you know, so that he wouldn't get mad at me. He threatened me from the beginning.
Now she comes out. No, she tried to catch him. That's the point. Like, that's what she's been trying to, like, that's her whole thing, right? That's
Like, she basically gave him as, like, let him give her as much rope as possible so he could hang himself. Like, if she just gave the game away that she's, like, saving these screenshots as evidence right off the bat, then he's not going to say anything incriminating. She got him off his guard so he would engage in his predatory behavior. She'd catch it and be able to expose it. Not to mention, she didn't do any, like, weird confronting him type thing, which means there is a good chance that these screenshots could be used against him legally. Because she didn't do anything, as far as I'm aware, that would make them not usable.
That's why she's coming out.
Like, I was
Maybe making them public, but I don't even think that would be a problem.
scared for my life at this point. I still am a little bit. He sent me nudes several times.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. I don't want to imagine that. I don't want to imagine what that guy looks like nude. Oh, God.
Apparently, EDP also sent pictures of his own shit to the sting operation guys that caught him. So, yeah, he's a real weirdo.
I had to see some weird shit, okay? All right, I looked through some of this shit. He sent his shit pics to what he thought was a 13-year-old, and he sent those creepy pictures where he's like his shirt's off, and he looks like a thumb. Have you seen those? It's insane.
He sent me videos of him nutting. He even suggested,
Oh, God. Oh, my God. No. Oh, no. Oh, my God. That's so disgusting, dude. I know you're asleep, but you gotta admit, since the day you messaged me, I've been dreaming about... I'm not gonna read that. Oh, God.
Of being
Oh, my God.
on call with me, and
We need Chris Hansen. We need Chris Hansen here to read it. I'm not reading the whole thing either, but I can just imagine be like, now, listen here. I have the document with your quotes you sent to this girl. I'm gonna read them to you, and you can tell me if this sounds about right. I know you're asleep, but gotta admit, since the day you've messaged me, I've been dreaming about sliding my... We need Chris Hansen here to read it. Him reading it in that voice he does, that, like, just deadpan, not even a crack on his deadpan face and expression as he reads out those messages that he does to the people that he's like stung operation or whatever. We need him here. Who's Chris Hansen? You don't know? Okay, hold on. I gotta show like a clip. Somehow there are people here who don't know. Boondocks type shit. Yeah, like actually I don't call you Chris Hansen. I call you Chris Handsome. Yeah, that's a good bit. Okay, hold on. Okay.
I want to wrestle.
All right, here's a good example of what I'm talking about. Here's him with the pedo that he caught, and he's reading the logs while showing this guy's face on national television, so everyone will know what he looks like. This guy's life is over. It's great. And there's a whole SWAT team, effectively, waiting outside to, like, catch him when he leaves. So he's going straight to jail. They do this with the police, so yeah, it was pretty cool. But yeah, here's what I was talking about.
You so freaking bad. I'd let you in just so I could feel you on top of me. Blanket, I want to see you so bad. So do you ever masturbate? What positions have you tried? You know how to ride? You like doggy? And I'd hate to have your mom get nosy. Well, since you're...
I'm sorry, but Chris Hansen reading the messages is never not, like, bizarrely funny in the most weird way. It's just the way that he does it it's funny and also disgusting, you know? It's the same type of disgust as that Mike is down bad video, you know? Where you're like cringing and you want to vomit and you wish it was over, but because of the way it's being presented, it's kind of funny.
Dreaming about... I'm not gonna read that!
Yeah, it's fun disgusting. We're all going to hell.
Oh, God.
Of being
Oh, my God.
on call with me and me seeing him nut. He had a fantasy of taking my virginity because, yeah.
Ever since you told me you were interested in me, I've been kind of had this fantasy of pinning you on the bed and taking your virginity.
I am a virgin, okay? He had a fetish of being with a, quote, young emo girl like me.
I'm monotone over text. You're so effing hot. You know that. I'm literally... Oh, my God. Haha. How do so? Tell me more. The way that ass looks in those leggings. You have a very fit body. I've always wanted to be with a little emo girl, lol.
She fucking got him, dude. She fucking got him. She just dropped the hammer on this guy. Holy shit. I really wish it didn't have to be an actual kid. Because, like, it's ideal when it's adults, usually like adult dudes, pretending to be a young girl to catch pedos. Because then there's no actual kid having to endure this kind of shit in order for, you know, that evidence to get out. All respect to her, but also it sucks that she had to deal with this, because, like, she still had to read these things. She still had to, like, endure those things being said about her and to her, you know? So it's not, like, it's not an entirely victimless situation, even what happened here. You know, even if she was actively trying to get his guard down so he would expose his predatory actions, it's still fucked up that she had to go through that. And she had to do that, you know?
I'm not finishing that.
Which, by the way, I'm not even...
Jesus Christ, dude. Oh my God, this dude is
emo.
sick.
Like, I don't consider myself emo. This is just what this guy considered me. Not sure how he found me. I was on Beyond's Discord. He was on Discord that day, and some people think that he saw me there in the voice call, but I don't know if he did or not. I'm a very public person. I'm a model. I have modeled for several brands before. I also make music. I do know that he's subscribed to my YouTube. He would always make really weird sexual notes. He would, you know, I know for a fact he has pictures of not me, but other victims saved on his phone. And these are like explicit pictures of minors that are on his phone. So yes, he does have CP.
Dude, I hope he gets arrested and they're able to search his devices. Because wouldn't that really be all it takes to get him for a long time? Would be for his, like, them to get a warrant to search his devices? He's trying hard to get caught. I think he believes he's invincible now because he didn't get caught for the first thing. Like the original sting op, he didn't get caught. Well, he got caught, but he didn't get, like, in serious trouble for that in his mind. Like, he's still out on the street. He's still able to do more of that. So in his mind, he's seen the worst of it, I guess. And so he feels carte blanche, just go out and do this more.
And feeling the urge to, like, vomit.
I'm so looking forward to seeing you. What you doing? I'm bored as hell. So I guess he's also trying to meet up with this girl too. This shit is so bad.
Everything that he was telling me. But
one of my favorites though is young teens, 18 and 19. I don't mind it. It would hurt if you cheated on me with another girl though. Lol, I'd be destroyed, LMFAO. And if I'm being honest, the fact that you're still young but super mature for your age is a turn on for me. I hope that's not weird. That is weird.
That is, like, the most common quote I've seen in text messages like this that have been exposed of, like, pedophiles going after underage girls. It's always like, you're so mature for your age, or something along those lines. If you hear those words, you are being groomed. Get out of there.
Motherfucker.
I didn't. I kept this going because this has...
Oh my God. Oh, okay. I really can't believe that Leafy said that. Honestly, after that, Jesus Christ. It gets worse. Because EDP, he responded. He responded to this girl. Yeah. This looks like him, I'm pretty sure. EDP445 is mad. We live in a day and age where little skink ass hoes can go around here purposely trying to set N-words up. Bitch, get a life and get the fuck off the internet. That's him. That's the Twitter link on his website. So yeah, I mean, the guy's, he's just straight up admitting to it. So it's not really like we even have to like verify this girl's story, because I mean, he's just straight up admitting.
The greatest thing about the about this like era of right-wing cultural dominance online and like platform dominance, like they literally control a lot of the platforms. YouTube now has like a tech bro, crypto bro CEO, and the obviously Elon's got control of Twitter, and then you've got like Kick, which is getting really big, though it's not bigger than Twitch. It's still gotten quite big, and you've got like the worst possible creators on there. You know, just going over there to be able to say the N-word and gamble and all that shit. I'm pretty sure didn't a streamer like stream porn to his underage fans? Wasn't it like Aiden Ross or Sneeko or something on Kick streaming porn on there to like his underage fans because it's allowed, I guess? Like, it really is just a bizarre age in internet culture right now. It was Aiden Ross, thank you. Where you can just be exposed as the worst possible type of person, like a predator, just a straight up criminal predator, and people in the millions will still defend you. Obviously, Andrew Tate is the best example of this, but like, it is very bizarre how widespread the acceptance of like exposed predators has been in the last couple years.
Like, the only thing that I would say about her story is like, I mean,
and the biggest example of this, of course, has been the broad increase in acceptance of pedophiles in the last couple years. A big example of this are obviously lolicons. I have never seen lolicon be as accepted online in certain areas as it is right now. Like, you'll just randomly see like a dog whistle from a YouTuber that's very clearly indicating that they're into lolly. Because I've covered so many of these people, I know their little dog whistles and their in-jokes now. And you'll be like, fuck. Rev says Desu was a mistake. Yeah, Rev says Desu is a good example of this. Literally a nearly, I think, 700,000 subscriber lolicon channel. Yeah, like it is a big problem online right now, where like more than ever you're seeing the right try to refocus attention as to who's likely to be a predator on trans people as a whole. Meanwhile, you're seeing conservatives more than ever just outright admit to being pedophiles, pretty much. Yeah, I remember Flamenco is now like an open lolicon. There was a time where Flamenco would just be in my chat spamming, calling me a pedophile. And then he got outed as having like favorited some like lolly or Shotokan shit on like a porn website. And from there, it like branched out to him having to argue in defense of himself. Like, no, I'm not a lolicon. No. And eventually he just, I guess in the last like year, stopped trying to deny it. And now he owns up to it. We're in wild times. We're in really weird times. Also, rip Smash Mouth.
The dude's, well, okay, it does say he has 6.7 thousand followers, so, I mean, yeah, this is probably his account, but this motherfucker has had, like, 20 billion Instagram accounts and 200, like, impersonators, but, I mean, the dude's just coming out and just, like, admitting it, and once again, like he did in the past, it's all, oh, these skank-ass hoes, they're just setting me up, they're setting me up, you're the one messaging them, you're the one reaching out to minors, dude, they're not setting you up, you're setting yourself up, dude. Get a life and get the fuck off the internet? Yeah, you should. You should take your own advice. I wonder what the fuck happened to his cancer. Didn't he have like liver cancer or some shit? And now he's still
Kidney
doing
failure,
that shit.
I thought.
Now, as for Judeon's involvement in this whole thing, it appears that this girl was actually a member of Judeon's server, and when Judeon tried to do his interview with EDP and that whole thing ended up falling through, it looks like EDP started going after this girl. And so I guess Judeon was like working with this girl behind the scenes, and that's how he was able able to confront EDP.
This is not a fucking joke, man. I'm just seldom at a loss for words. 2 years ago you were caught kiss my ass in 4K trying to meet a 13-year-old. And really, I'm not talking to you. He's talking to you. My nigga, this is bullshit, man, that y'all pulling right now.
And this time, he did it officially, okay? He worked with this, like, predator catching YouTuber, and unlike Chat Goldstein, these guys know what they're doing, and they've actually locked a lot of predators up, and it seems like EDP might actually go to jail this time. So I gotta hand it to Gideon for doing.
Gideon caught him lacking outside the dialysis center. Lamau. Yeah, it is true. It's hard not to be able to catch the guy when the dude can't go more than 8 hours without getting hooked up to a multi-million-dollar dialysis machine. Those are pretty rare, like it's pretty easy to figure out where that guy's gonna have to go every like 8 hours or so if his kidney failure is as bad as you would think.
This for actually catching this guy, and finally maybe we'll see some type of justice and get this guy off the streets. Now Gideon ended up doing this like stream, and he ended up catching EDP off guard. He pretended to be
that's based the regular show bedroom as the background. That's a good background.
Someone else, and he was chatting with him in this Discord.
Professional raw dogger. I need that shirt. Chat, where can I get that shirt? Where can I get that shirt? I will wear that shirt in public without a hint of shame.
Call because EDP he goes to his like dick riders and he goes into these calls and he just like acts like, oh, I didn't do anything wrong, and he usually only talks to people he thinks is gonna be on his side. And so when Gideon pops up and is like, hey, it's me, he just leaves like a little bitch.
He eats cupcakes. That's what he does. What's up, Brian? Yeah! Remember me, nigga?
So hopefully this is the end of the EDP saga, and I hope that there is no one still trying to run some sort of defense for this guy. Like, everything he's done is just completely indefensible. This is not someone who's ever going
Listen,
to
that was
change.
tactical,
He's just going
okay?
to continue to go after kids. Anyway, these are just my thoughts on this entire situation.
Dude, that was crazy. Oh, I am excited to see the full Gideon expose come out. Has Gideon released the video? Holy shit, wait. 1 day ago, Gideon confronts EDP.
I mean, he eats cupcakes. That's what he does. What's up, Brian? Remember me? I know a lot of you guys are probably like, oh, damn, Gideon's probably like super excited and everything. I'm actually pissed because you guys were not supposed to know about this yet. And I know you guys are probably like, damn, Gideon, what you're contradicting yourself here. You posted it. You guys were not supposed to know about this yet. Like, we were trying to get this bro, a lot of things did not go according to plan, chat.
Yeah, that shirt goes hard as fuck.
But you know what? In life, you gotta just roll with the punches. But the stream that we were supposed to do with EDP, when I was gonna do that interview with him, that was the catalyst for all of this to start. The reason I'm here today, I could talk about it because the victim went public. So what happened was when EDP joined my Discord, when he was about to do the interview with us, he didn't join, but he found a girl in my Discord, right? And in her Discord, she has her Instagram. So EDP, being the Rizzler that he is, he slides into her DMs and he initiates contact with her. I'm sad to report, though actually I'm happy / sad to report, but he slid in an actual 15-year-old's DMs. Like, no joke. The girl is legit 15 years old, and he slid in her DMs. So that's why this situation is so much more delicate than everything else, right? So fast forward a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, I low-key put EDP on, chat. I'm sorry. If it wasn't for me trying to do the interview with him, he would have never found her Discord, and he would have never found her IG. So, but nah, jokes aside, let's fast forward a little bit more. After a couple days, shout out to my mods, especially Inside. Inside lets me know that he initiated contact with her. So the first thing I did was I hopped on a call with her. I talked to her. I made sure she was okay and everything. She was chilling. She was big chilling. She was just like, yeah, nah, like, you know, he's a weirdo and stuff. And I told her mom about the situation.
I like it. I like how he went about doing this. He very clearly went about doing it way better than, like, Chet Goldstein or whatever did.
Her mom knew about it. So the first thing I decided to do was, like, I had to hit up not EDP. I had to hit up Skeet. Something this big, like, chat. Skeet sets up all the EDP catches that we do. He does all the work. He initiates all the contact. He does all the work. All I do is just show up and record. So I could have took this for myself and been like, you know what? I don't want anybody else to be a part of this. I want this to be me, myself, and I. But I literally was talking to myself. I was like, I can't do that. Skeet's been too good to me. Skeet's been too much of a real friend to me. If we're going to do the biggest catch in EDP history, we got to do it with the GOAT himself. So I hit up Skeet and we pulled up on him. We pulled up on him together. We called
Is he actually at the dialysis center? That looks like a medical building. That looks like a medical building. I think they actually got him outside the dialysis center. It is?
So many people EDPs, but we actually caught the back-to-back champ. Because that's what he is now. EDP is a back-to-back cupcake champion. So
the back-to-back cupcake champion.
We get all the information.
Oh, Gideon was wearing a cupcake suit. I just noticed that. Yeah, you're right.
About all the DPs that he was sending. Brody was FaceTiming her. It was crazy. Oh, she just texted me now. Oh, really? Apparently he's shitting us on Twitter. Can you send me the tweets, please? But the moral of the story is we caught him. We caught him in 4K. It's really not that deep. I mean, it is deep. Brody's going to jail. He sent DPs to a 15-year-old girl. He sent videos, allegedly. The reason why I'm upset, chat, is because I didn't want this to go out public until after he got arrested, you know? I wanted him to get arrested. I wanted him to be behind a jail cell because at the end of the day, what is catching him again gonna do? It's really nothing new. Same shit, different day. So I wanted this to be different by him being behind bars. But it got leaked out, so it being leaked out and everything, I was just like, okay, fuck it, we ball.
I respect that. He's been going about it pretty well. Like, I don't know what the perfect way to do it is, but it seems this is just so much better than the original time that it's like, it's hard to be super nitpicky.
Okay, I got some tweets from him. All right, chat, here, hold up. I gotta go to his Twitter. Let's see what he said. We live in a day and age where little skank-ass hoes can go around here purposely setting up ninjas. B-word, get a life, and get the F off the internet. I'm a piece of ish, but niggas still want my picture. Okay. Damn, bro, he's really tweeting out here. Yo, Brian! I know you watching this, bro. Why was you stressing so much that day, Brian? Why was you stressing so much? Don't make me pull back up on you. I know your every move, Brian. Only Brian understands what I'm saying right now, but you're probably wondering how I knew so much, how I knew where you were gonna be. Brian,
I'm curious to find out.
I got eyes in the sky. I don't even need to put up a UAV for you, bro. Do you wanna go round 3? And you know why I'm saying round 3. You know why. Brian, you know exactly why. Hey, chat, that's for Brian. That's for Brian. Only Brian gets it. Chat, we've had this in the vault for like a month. I was willing to wait a year to drop this video. That's how bad I want to see this dude under a cell. But now that it's all leaked out there and everything, I was just like, okay, let me drop the picture. Drop it. I mean, we'll drop the video, but what I'm saying is the way I want to drop it, we have a lot to do. But just, you guys got to be patient. You guys got to be patient.
This is Gideon. He's the one that worked with the most recent victim of EDP's sexual harassment towards minors to expose him. Sorry, I gotta pop my back. Ooh. Nice.
I posted a little preview on my TikTok. Make sure you guys go run it up, bro. It's been going crazy.
You know, this is not a fucking joke, man. I'm just seldom at a loss for words. You know, 2 years ago you were caught, kiss my ass in 4K trying to get a 13-year-old. Really,
I'm not talking to you. He's talking to you.
My nigga, this is bullshit, man, that y'all doing right now. You know, this is not a fucking...
That boy was pleading with me. That boy said, please. You know, it's just funny. He looked at the man with the cupcake outfit on. Bro, chat, while we were setting this all up, I was like, I need a cupcake outfit. I need a cupcake outfit. This is amazing. Appreciate you guys, man. But, you know, this is way bigger than entertainment. You feel me? I actually want this scum off
You wanted that cupcake.
the streets. Because, bro, he's already gotten off before. You feel me? Yeah, I could get views and stuff off this. But, bro, it would feel so much better to see him in a jail cell for this. You know what I mean? That's like the ultimate satisfaction for me. So police have all my information and stuff. I'm willing to show up to court. I mean, actually, I am gonna be at the court. Like, I'm part of the investigation now. So I don't want to tell too much because I want you guys to enjoy the video, man. I want you guys to enjoy the video. Hey, you know what, bro? We gotta give Brian a little bit. We gotta give it. Brody's going through it right now.
Kiss my ass.
God. I'm excited to see when the full thing comes out and we see the full confrontation and everything. I know we've got this clip. Here, we'll watch this clip.
Yo, what up? What's your question, man?
Yeah, man. So is the allegations true, bro? Like, I'm just really trying to figure out.
Lawyer.
Lawyer?
Wait, do you actually have a lawyer working on the process and shit?
I don't say shit. Lawyer.
Yeah, because you're gonna be like riding on yourself, you know. You can't be snitching on yourself.
Real G's move in silence like lasagna.
But like, I feel like people are just trying to set you up at this point. Like, I don't know like what's going on, but like, it doesn't even seem real at this point. You know what I mean?
They
He's
are
setting it up.
Did you piss somebody off to like set them up like that? Because, like, why would somebody want to set you up? Like, they got to have some personal beef with you.
Well, something you have to understand, and I've been, you know, I'm not trying to come off as condescending, so I apologize. You know, this is something that I've told people this shit way, like, about a few years ago.
Do I make the reveal?
Is it time? I can't hear it. Is it time?
When you,
Chat, do I make the reveal
do
yet?
something that you're passionate about that other
He named
people
himself
can't do,
EDP lover.
you know what I mean? At your level, you know what I mean? They start making up shit and they start trying to make your life as miserable as they possibly can. And that's what, and that's basically all this shit is, dude. I mean, you know, hate, jealousy, you know what I mean? That's
So-
what it is.
What do you do with that hate?
I mean,
He
me
eats
personally,
cupcakes. That's what he does. What's up, Brian? Yeah! Remember me, nigga?
This guy's reaction.
You're goated! You're fucking goated!
Hey, Toby, run!
They worked to make it happen.
Yo! Oh my god! Yo, he hit the dash! He hit the dash, bro!
That's good. That's pretty good. This will make internet history? Oh, for sure. This video has 2 million views in a day! Oh my god! Yeah, it's Jover. It's Jover for EDP. Let's hope we get to see him in a cell or under one. May, you know, God willing. All right. What do you guys think of that segment? I feel like that came out really good. Curious what you guys thought, though. EDP has way too big of titties to be put in Gen Pop. Fire segment. Wang follows you on Blue Sky. You guys talked before? Yeah, Wang follows me on or followed me on Twitter and follows me on Instagram. We've never spoke in like we've had like a few back and forths on Twitter and Instagram that were funny. I don't think we've ever talked in DMs, and I think he's been in my chat before. But Wang follows like everybody. He's like one of those content creators who's just, you know, a foot in every single community, follows everybody who's somebody, every niche micro celebrity. He's like the gray eye who's keeping an eye on everything, you know? He's always watching. I don't think he like dislikes me or anything like that, but yeah. Can't wait to tell my kids I was here on the day on the Zan stream when EDP got caught. You're gonna tell your children about this. People should delete their Twitter accounts and perhaps not trust Blue Sky too much. I mean, you know, I occasionally post on Blue Sky, but I'm waiting for it to become public to really, really, really start becoming active on there. But, speaking of which, I think I have multiple codes. Yeah, I have 2 invite codes available. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to do a giveaway of one of the codes. I'll of course be giving away the other one later in the stream, but for now, I'm going to give one away. So be ready. Be ready to input the code. In 10 seconds, I'm going to do a countdown, so you guys have time to get the website open and get it to the screen where it asks you for the code, okay? 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. There you go. There's the code. The site will eventually be public, but for now, while it's in its beta, you have to have a code to get access to it. Alrighty. Well, hopefully that gets used pretty quickly. Good luck, and congratulations to whoever got it. May the odds be ever in your favor, or whatever the meme is. I don't remember. Okay. Got some donos to read. You guys have been really kind. Ellen Degenerate, thank you for the $50. Hot damn. Thank you, thank you. Said, got a fat check today. Name a quail after me, please and thanks. Oh, I will for sure. Thank you, thank you. That's very kind of you. I honestly plan to name the quail after, like, people that I knew anyway. Frump, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Has finally got to catch you live. Thanks for filling my boring-ass work hours. Yeah, no problem. I'm glad you're here. I hope that you enjoy the stream and it, you know, just acts as a nice little bit of background noise for you while you're working. May your shift be short or, you know, pass quickly, whatever it may be. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Ravio Lupe, thank you for the $5 donation. Very kind of you, very base. Said, are you cool with Cosmonaut Variety Hour because he used one of your clips from his Spider-Man Lotus video? Yes, I am cool with Cosmonaut Variety Hour, I believe. I didn't know that he knew who I was, but it was pretty cool to see a clip of me used in the video. I'm very aware of it, though. It's been a hot minute since that happened. So people have made me very aware of that, for sure. Alrighty. Update that dono goal. Very nice. Trying to crack my knuckles because they're kind of like on the edge of needing to be cracked, but not quite capable of being. Ah, there we go. Got it. Okay, next topic. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, everybody. A big new game just came out called Starfield. It's basically Skyrim and Fallout but in space, okay? It's a new Bethesda game. They, from what I heard, did some stuff and it's good, and did some stuff and it's meh. Apparently it is not as susceptible to the Bethesda curse as most other Bethesda games as of late have been. So apparently Starfield's pretty good. People are liking it. It's generally getting pretty positive reviews. Though I've also heard it was overhyped, which, you know, yeah, Bethesda game. They're all overhyped, okay? They're all very formulaic and play the same. If you expect a Bethesda game when a new one's coming out, then you will not be disappointed when you get the new Bethesda game. But apparently Heels vs. Babyface, who I know originally as a WoW YouTuber. Those that are unaware, I've been a long time fan of World of Warcraft, and Heels vs. Babyface started out as a World of Warcraft YouTuber, but then moved on from that to doing anti-SJW content in the last few years. And since then, he's become a massive joke. He still has a pretty large audience somehow, but pretty much 80% of his anti-woke videos devolve into him screaming at the top of his lungs like an angry neckbeard into the camera about pronouns or things going woke or there being minorities in media. And I was always wondering, like, this guy is a literal walking... Yeah, Asmongold's a fan of him, too. It's like, this guy is a walking joke. How is he as liked and popular as he is when so many of his videos are him having, like, a super hyper-triggered meltdown? How is he so popular? How has he not gotten made fun of so much more? Well, things have changed. Just recently, this clip went viral. It is Heels vs. Babyface response to Starfield having pronouns in it.
I just want to say something to you, Bethesda. Just want to say a little something. There is nothing I love more. Taking my headphones off. Fuck that. Bethesda. There is nothing I love more than to sit down, comfy chair, turn on my PC, fire up a brand new RPG. Lose myself, think, oh my god, just think of this world, just think of all the planets I can visit, all the immersive things that I can get involved with, all the fights, all the relationships, all the people I meet, all the places I go. I'm so excited to go there. And you know, I love nothing more than, with all of that laid out in front of me, I love nothing more than to be dragged out at every fucking conceivable opportunity so you can fucking current day us.
So, a very common dog whistle for, like, the inclusion of any, like, minority group or anything like that, or something they call woke, a very common term they'll use for it is current day. It's common in certain spheres, but they've been saying that trans people existing is current day for, like, 15 years plus now. So, when's it stop being current day and just become... what's happening? Anybody who says current day as a criticism for anything, you should immediately write off as an idiot. It's a phrase, a buzzword used only by people who make their money off of convincing you there's nothing to worry about, and anyone who tells you there is something that you should worry about, like climate change, social injustice, etc., is somehow attacking you.
Sorry, did you want to get immersed in our world? Yeah, well, guess what? Fucking pronouns! Fucking gender ambiguity! Fucking current day Californian shit! Because that's all we
Current day California shit is what he just referred. Like, these people know nothing other than buzzwords they learned online. California, current day, woke, pronouns, SJW, PC, whatever it is. It's just like politically correct PC. Not like personal computer. Yeah, like it's literally nothing but buzzwords they popularize online through heavily funded media campaigns, and then once you use those buzzwords, people assume, well, he's using those special words that are used by the smart people online. This person knows what they're talking about. Fucking pronouns!
Fucking no! Because we're boring! We're so fucking boring!
Well, yeah, I know you are.
We can't see past our own fucking reflection! That's the level of our narcissism here at Bethesda Western Game Company. Fuck your immersion. Fuck you having a good time. Fuck you falling in.
You could see, like, the actual tears forming in his eyes, by the way. New Soy Jack dropped? Real.
To a world and just getting lost. No, no, no. Current fucking day. Fuck.
I wonder if this video going as viral as it is. Oh, wow. I got the Soy Jack. There it is. Just nab it right here off my stream and trace it. You've got it. You've got the Soy Jack. Holy shit, thumbnail? Yeah, this is a thumbnail. Cherry? This right here is a thumbnail. Yeah, new Soy Jack unlocked indeed. Yeah, so basically, I'm really curious if this video going as viral as it has is going to help this, like, generation of online Zoomers grow to stigmatize this behavior the same way my generational batch of online Zoomers stigmatized it. Because when I was like 14, 15, 16, among my like age demographic at the time, videos by like No Bullshit and the anti-SJW stuff was popular. Then only a few years later, people in that same age demographic figured out what a joke it was and were the main source of the memes and jokes making fun of that type of content. And the current consumers of this content are younger. They're like the next youngest batch. So I'm curious if this going viral will be one of the biggest milestone points in making that generational batch of Zoomers realize how stupid this "my immersion is ruined by the woke culture being injected in my video games, current day, California politics, just let me enjoy my video games." Like, it's the same line of argument as the kind of shit people my age believed back in, like, 2017, 2016. Those videos were really popular. It was like, the new Battlefield game is ruined by there being a woman in the trailer. It's destroyed our immersion. Like, that was a really popular belief back then. Now, well, not now, but like 2018, 2019, 2020, saying that kind of stuff would get you massively dunked on in most parts of the internet. He's literally triggered by pronouns? Yes, yeah. By the way, every, like, over-the-top joke about what right-wingers are that the left makes is not a joke, because there are right-wingers in large numbers with large platforms who represent that exact stereotype, unapologetically and lacking in any self-awareness.
Cough! You're boring! You're fucking dull! You have nothing to say! You are a one-hived mind twat waffle! That's all you fucking are! And you wonder why people are getting so fucking sick and tired! You take everything we love, all our immersions, all our fantasies, all our escapism, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit, fucking crap ideology into everything! Every single solitary fucking thing!
Do you guys remember, why don't the SJWs just make their own games? Do you guys remember that? Who remembers the era of these people saying, if you want games to be more woke, make your own video games? Can I find some clips of that? I feel like it'd be perfect to show some of the classic anti-SJW clips. This is a good post on the Last of Us 2 subreddit. Why don't anti-SJWs and other right-wing culture warriors make their own video games instead of demanding that developers pander to them? Doing, like, the copy pasta, only it's in reference to right-wingers instead of lefties. If you can find a good video example of that, it'd be good. Xanderhall, he said during Hogwarts Legacy that the left should not expect games to appeal to their ideology. Oh yeah, that is actually a good example. Yeah, they were all defending Hogwarts Legacy and being like, these triggered lefties are so mad that the creator of the game is transphobic, and meanwhile he's having a meltdown over pronouns in the character creation screen. Oh, he's wearing a Geeks and Gamers shirt. Nice. Very cool. Very cool. So, that was the video of Heels vs. Babyface melting down. But that is not the end of it. He's not the only anti-SJW. Yeah, he tabs right back into fucking Starfield at the end of his rant. I love that aspect of it. It's a very good final detail. That's not the only person we're covering, though. Dr. Disrespect, the guy who has been the source of a lot of speculation as to why he was banned off of Twitch a few years ago. We never really got an answer to that, but who cares at this point? I don't think anybody gives a shit anymore. He recently came out as transphobic, like very publicly. There was this batch of streamers that are like classic COD, Fortnite gaming streamers. Dr. Disrespect, Nick Mercs, and Tim the Tap Man all came out in defense of each other as being like openly transphobic. They don't believe trans women are women. They think that, like, you know, the trans stuff is some modern cultural disease ruining kids, and allowing kids to transition is grooming or whatever. All of like the right-wing positions and whatnot. So they got like pretty big time canceled. And Dr. Disrespect, who's always been a piece of shit. There's never been a time online where it has been okay to like Dr. Disrespect, in my opinion. He has always been a piece of shit. He blew up and went viral initially because he got outed for cheating on his wife, or I think he admitted it or something like that. I don't remember exactly the details. The two-time Gillette, the best a man can get. I can't do it. We can't do this. Anyway, Dr. Disrespect, when he came out as transphobic, ended up getting his partnership with COD revoked. His like sponsorship skin deal he had, and he had his skin removed from the game. And he got real upset about it. But on top of that, since then, he's lost a lot of sponsorship deals, including one that he could have potentially had with Starfield that he tried to set up, but was denied. And during his live stream recently, he responded to this. Let's see. Oh, cool. Thana posted this. So yeah, this is Dr. Disrespect streaming the launch of... Oh, is Nick Merck's skin removed when he and Dr. Disrespect defended Nick? Thank you. Yeah. So Dr. Disrespect was doing his Starfield launch stream, and someone, I guess, linked him, the CEO or whatever, or like the lead developer of Starfield, and he noticed he, him pronouns in the bio. Oh my God, pronouns in bio. And so Dr. Disrespect then goes on to say this.
Him. Got it. Okay. Now everything's starting to make sense. Everything's starting to make sense now. Everything's starting to make sense. Got it. All right. I got it. So... I gotta say this, Chance, for just real quick. I just gotta get it off my chest. Obviously, we've been hyping up Star Citizen for Starfield for a long time.
Is Star Citizen still in development? Are people still playing that shit? I don't have respect for early access games that do like the million years early access thing. I fucking despise DayZ for it, but occasionally I still come back. For certain it's a scam. Aren't there literally ships in that game that you have to spend like hundreds or thousands of real life dollars to get? Like there are people who've literally spent... It's still an alpha, yeah. Aren't there people who've literally spent tens of thousands of dollars on the game? Or is that made up? I've heard of that. People have told me that. Kinda, they were donation bonuses. Ah. Okay.
We've been making it very vocal, right, champs? We had our team reach out. Hey, can we work with you? Can we do something?
God, it's almost like being a open bigot and making that the hill that you die on cuts you off from a lot of business opportunities. This is like trying to be... You're a businessman. You run a company. I have no doubt that Dr. Disrespect LLC is a thing. You are a representative of your company. You made your company look bad by outing your bigoted opinions. That has cut you off from a significant amount of the business world. That's just how business works. Go not woke, go broke. That's just how it is. You're the ones who keep saying that go woke, go broke. Now you're seeing how that's not reality and you're mad? We've been telling you it's not the case for a while. You should have listened.
Due to Pat.
Does Dr. Disrespect actually have viewers? I've never met a fan in the wild. That's true. I've actually met a Destiny fan in the wild, and not like a modern day Destiny fan, like the politics Destiny fan, but StarCraft Destiny fan. I got an Uber back in Florida, and I just mentioned that I was a streamer, and the guy mentioned he used to watch Twitch a lot and would just watch StarCraft 2 stuff, and he said he'd watch a streamer named Destiny, and I was like, I remember thinking to myself, no fucking way. And I just listened to this guy talk about Destiny, but like he clearly knew nothing outside of Destiny, having been a StarCraft 2 professional player and streamer. And so I was just sitting there trying so hard not to laugh my ass off at just the situation. But you're right, I've never met a Dr. Disrespect fan in the wild. I've heard about you in the wild in reference to your racist versus pedo thumbnail. That's awesome.
Ask controversies. There's no way we can work with Dr. Disrespect.
I don't think so, Anonymous Lizard. I don't think he knows who I am.
How about just give me, like, let me play the game when some of the others are playing it.
No, stay mad. You're a businessman. You represent your company. You misrepresented it, or not misrepresented. You represented it poorly, and now you're suffering the consequences. And as is your company. Yeah, when you're an open bigot, you're gonna get blacklisted from a lot of stuff. You're lucky they even let you stream the game. They have the right to copy strike you down, because the game's their IP. Game companies could literally strike every single YouTuber and streamer for streaming their content, but they don't because they recognize it's beneficial that people do that. But it's completely allowed. The Firewatch devs did it to PewDiePie. When PewDiePie did the whole, like, N-word on the bridge adpocalypse thing.
How about that? Yeah, that's still the case.
Did I say Overwatch? I meant Firewatch.
Anyways, champs, we just had to get that off our chest.
Very good. So yeah, he's mad, and these people are going to continue to suffer the consequences of their public bigotry. Like, let's be honest, especially with Gen Z being so much more progressive than every generation before it, a time is very much ahead where we're going to see such a high increase, such a high volume of acceptance of trans people that this type of behavior is going to be an instant career death sentence. In the same way that just like openly saying the N-word all day on your channel would be like a career death sentence to the average streamer, the same will be the case for transphobia. Obviously, there will always be bigots in the audience there to defend the content creator, but it'll never be enough for them to, like, regain a fraction of their original success, as it should be. Oh, even better, the Act Man, in a rare W, posted this. So I wanted to see what the guy who screamed about pronouns in Starfield thought about the Hogwarts Legacy boycott, and I was not disappointed. The hypocrisy is prophetic. You know what? As cringe as the Act Man can be, at least he is consistent when he is trying to be.
I will not be berated, bullied, intimidated into not playing a game because you think it attacks you or goes against your ideology. Boo fucking who? Man up! Fucking pronouns! Boo fucking who? Man up! Fucking gender ambiguity! You think it attacks you or goes against your ideology, and you just can't help shovel your dog shit! You think it attacks you or goes against your ideology. Fucking crap! Ideology into everything! You think it attacks you or goes against your ideology, goes against your ideology, goes against your ideology. We can't see past our own fucking reflection! Agreed. I will not.
Yeah. Rare W on the Ackman's part for calling him out here, but very good clip. Very good clip. That's 45,000 likes. 45,000 likes. Holy crap. Yeah, I have a feeling that this is gonna hit hard. It's gonna hit pretty damn hard. I don't think his reputation's gonna recover very well from this, because now everybody's making fun of him, and now it's going to negatively affect those that are like associated. Mahler is sweating right now, considering how the Act-Man is an associate of EFAP attacking a regular guest on EFAP. Well, that's the thing, right? So much of that circle is like mega hypocritical, right? Because Mahler got like a lot of attention dunking on no bullshit for content and political takes that are not very different than what he does with like the people he has on his show now, and particularly the people that come on his show that he works with. It literally just do the same content as no bullshit. Meanwhile, like he and a lot of them are friends with like several trans people like JXE who are pretty progressive in their content, and then you've got Act-Man who's friends with all of them, who regularly has really cringe takes on like any social issue that's happening, but is also right now making fun of Heels versus Babyface for melting down over, like, it's very, like, I don't think they see the hypocrisy. I think they just see someone yelling, and that set off their like cringe sensors, and that's what made the Act-Man and many others who otherwise would have agreed with the general sentiment of that rant actually go against it. Even V is mocking him. Yeah. Mahler also went after Synthetic Man, while the latter is just the same as EFAP guests like Nerdrotic and Heels vs. Babyface. Yeah, it's like, it's very inconsistent, which makes it nearly impossible to really make it like it's probably not even politically motivated. I think it's just sort of like, who is he friends with and who is he not? I don't even know. And I think Mahler's a good representative of that, like, really politically incoherent, hard to pin down ideologically, but very clearly plays a part more for the right than anything else. Hard to put an exact label on that. We'll just call them Maulers from now on. I think it's a good name. Tipster, thank you for the tier 1 gifted sub to Little Morphine Annie. I really appreciate that. You didn't say anything, but still, it's very kind of you. It means a lot. Thank you for the $5. All right, let me update the dono goal really fast. Alrighty. Okay, really quickly, I gotta go pee. And I'm also going to grab some more coffee as well, because I want to make sure I'm nice and perked awake for the rest of this stream. But I really want to say thank you to everybody who's been here so far. 2 hours I've been live already. God, it doesn't really feel that long. Time really flies when you're having fun. So yeah, I'm going to go pee. I'm going to make some more coffee. It's only going to take a minute, so I'll be right back. You guys in chat are lovely. You shall not have to wait long. Let's go. I just realized I had pumpkin seeds. So I got myself my bag of salted pumpkin seeds, the toasted ones. One of the best snacks in the world. I just remembered my favorite image on the internet. It's a simple image. It's a screenshot from Skyrim of a ring with 110% magic resistance being renamed to Magic Isn't Real, Idiot. I love that image. It's so good. Just it works, you know? Magic isn't real, idiot. Lives in my head rent-free. I reckon you're neurodivergent, bro. That's hilarious. Is that like a neurodivergent thing? I don't know. Yeah? Like to have an image living rent-free in my head and it's like I think about it regularly and it's funny as fuck? That's an autistic thing? I don't think that's an autistic thing. No way. Everybody does that. No, everybody does that. Okay, what if people with autism are the neurotypical ones and people who don't have autism are the neurodivergent ones? What if that? What if? Just watched your Tim Pool video and sub? Thank you, Smuglight. You should come to my website where all the people chatting are. That's the chat where all the people are memeing. Alright. Oh, N-O-O. Thank you for the $5 donation. Just said colon or semicolon. Thank you. I really appreciate it. That's kind of you. Thank you, thank you. I'll update the dono goal really fast. You guys are so kind. You guys put food in my belly. I appreciate it. I hope you guys know that every time I order food, or I buy food at the grocery store, I think of you guys, because you guys are the reason why I can buy it. My dinner tonight, you guys paid for that. Oh, I think of all of you. Please don't tell me stream is ending. I just got here. No, stream's not ending. I'm still gonna be live for like another hour and a half maybe. Not doing a super long stream tonight, but I still have a few segments I'd like to do today, or a couple. Oh boy. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. You know, I'm gonna be taking a, like a short trip to Florida, my home state, in about a week and a half, 2 weeks from now. And, this story really does not raise my opinion of the state that I come from, that I literally moved to the opposite side of the country from just a couple weeks out before my visit. Videos show angry neo-Nazis cursing and screaming slurs during march in Florida. This is just the beginning, the leader of neo-Nazi group Blood Tribe warned. Members of well, thank you for the ad. Members of white supremacist and anti-Semitic hate groups marched outside Orlando, Florida on Saturday, screaming invectives, raising the Nazi salute and yelling "Hail Hitler" and "White Power." "We're everywhere," neo-Nazis can be heard shouting in a video shared by former Florida House of Representatives member Anna V. Escamani. Later in the footage, they yelled "Hail Hitler" while performing a Nazi salute again. Days before the march, the Wait, do we have, like, a link? Why is it not showing up and it's just a link? I guess we have a video of them doing this, if I open it up this way. Oh, it's because it's potentially... Yeah, okay, that makes sense. That makes sense why it couldn't be embedded. All right, here's the video of it. So this is just outside of Orlando. The people in the red shirts are the Nazis. They are not, in fact, everywhere. Oh, no, it's still going. Remember, the worry here isn't that there's so many of them. This is not a large group of people by any means for, like, a movement. Like, this is nothing. This is, like, barely a neighborhood militia. And most of these guys, I saw, like, the one video, if we can get that one as well, I'll play it. I saw the one video of, like, the like, camera pan down the highway showing all the guys lined up. And I just remember counting, like, how many of them look like they could do 10 push-ups right now. I could do 10 push-ups right now, but it's cheating because I'm light as fuck. Like, I don't need muscles to push up my currently very light weight. So it's kind of cheating on my part, but a lot of those dudes did not look like they were anywhere near the physical fitness enough to do 10 push-ups in a row. And, yeah, it was just... It's one of those things where it's like, yeah, I can't. I've got a fucked up arm. My arm would... My elbow would crack and pop, but I'd still be able to push through and get 10 cranked out. It wouldn't be a muscle issue. It'd be a joint issue, but I'd still be able to get through 10. But a lot of these guys don't look like they could. And that doesn't really bode well for the idea of them doing their little militia takeover of the country or whatever. Like they think of themselves as, like, Nazi super soldiers, but we humans nowadays are quite soft and pudgy and not very tough, you know? Humans are nowhere near as tough as we used to be, just because of the nature of how high quality of living we have nowadays. So, yeah, I have a feeling they're not really going to be able to form some kind of, like, militia guerrilla tactic takeover to bring about the Day of the Rope, as they call it. For those that don't know, the Day of the Rope is like the Nazis, like, day that they're striving for. It's the day where they get to execute all the minorities and all the people who, like, you know, like them and everything. I can actually read you guys the Wikipedia entry about it, because they'll probably be talking about it later on in this article. Day of the Rope. The Day of the Rope is a white supremacist concept taken from the Turner Diaries, a fictionalized blueprint for a white supremacist revolution written in 1978. The Turner Diaries is like the Nazi Bible. It is like what they go to for, like, their idea of creating a all-white Nazi America. Written in 1978 by neo-Nazi leader William Pierce, under the pseudonym Andrew MacDonald. The novel influenced many violent right-wing extremists from the 1980s through the 2010s, including Timothy McVeigh. So yeah, it's inspired quite a few terrorists. Yeah, so that's the first video clip we have. Nowhere near the most worrying. Make sure my chat's not fucked up. There we go. Days before the march, the Anti-Defamation League Center on Extremism warned it would be coming. Two extremist groups, the Goyim Defense League and the Blood Tribe, are planning to gather in Florida in September 2023 for a joint public demonstration they are calling the March of the Red Shirts. The center said, that is a very good name to call yourself, as we all know what happens to red shirts, you know? Like, yeah, okay, call yourselves red shirts. That is a label that I am fine with you guys giving yourselves. That's it. Yep. All good for me. Nope, yeah. No, yeah, be red shirts. That's what you want. They'll be the first to go. The center said in a community advisory shared via email on Thursday. The ADL describes the Goyim Defense League as a loose network of individuals connected by their virulent anti-Semitism with an overarching goal to expel Jews from America. The organization characterizes Blood Tribe, led by white supremacist Christopher Pohlhaus, as a growing neo-Nazi group that claims to have chapters across the United States and Canada. Blood Tribe presents itself as a hardcore white supremacist group and rejects white supremacists who call for softer optics, the ADL writes. In video captured by News 2 Share's Ford Fisher, the group chanted, "Jews will not replace us and Jews get the rope." Pohlhaus appeared to lead portions of the march. When Pohlhaus yelled, "Hail the Fuhrer," others responded with, "Hail Hitler." Speaking to reporters, Pohlhaus said, "We just have to start a fire. We're the kindling. Once we set the fire, we get the fire hot, and then we get the rest of the brothers blazing." So fucking LARPy. What a loser. This is just the beginning, Pohlhaus added later. When another reporter asked a marcher what they were marching for, he responded, "White power." Dude, most of these guys wouldn't know power if it was power... if it was power smashing their asshole, I don't know. Some of the marchers individually expressed their distaste for Donald Trump, saying they prefer Florida Governor Ron DeSantis. Yeah, Ron DeSantis is much more of a, like, hardcore ideological fascist than Trump is, so the Nazis, like the hardcore Nazis, have started to get behind DeSantis more recently. When right-wing figure Laura Loomer appeared at the march, recording the neo-Nazis with her cell phone, the crowd began to chant, "F-slur, F-slur," in her direction. Loomer explained she was at the rally because she was getting her hair done nearby. "We're not voting Trump, Laura," one marcher shouted at her. "We're not voting for the right wing. It's the K-slur wing." At this, another marcher shouted, "We're all DeSantis supporters." The marcher followed up that, yeah, DeSantis and his supporters are going to claim these guys were feds. The marcher followed up his comment with, "Fuck Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis is a joke. Ron DeSantis is a joke." Before the neo-Nazis gathered in Florida, News to Share reported on another smaller rally taking place outside Disney World, where approximately 10 people who identified as Order of the Black Sun destroyed a rainbow pride flag near the park's entrance. One marcher carried a Ron DeSantis 2024 flag, another held a sign that read, "Did you thank Hitler today?" Got another video of this. This is the state of Florida, guys.
Has DeSantis ever denounced you all? Like, has he ever denounced you guys publicly?
I don't believe so. We're Ron's Holocaust Task Force. We're his biggest supporters.
So, like, are you prepared? Like, what would you do? How would you respond to Ron DeSantis?
Notice how they've got like a sign with their like Nazi shit in front of the Disney World sign, and this is legal. This is legal, by the way. What they're doing is completely legal in the state of Florida.
DeSantis denouncing you guys. What would you say to that?
He's lying.
If it happened.
He's trying to secure the presidency. He'll say
he's
whatever
running
he
for
needs to
president.
say.
He's got to fake it to make it, man.
You guys said the same thing about Trump.
Well, as we all know, in order to be a politician in this country, you have to pander to the Jews. Israel actually gives out a document to all new politicians on how to answer the Israel question and how to stand in support and solidarity with Israel. So Ron DeSantis currently is just doing smoke and mirrors with them to act as if he is truly a friend of the Jew.
This ain't my state. I'm a Seattleite.
When in reality, he's a friend of white America. And the prominent example...
Oh, and don't get me wrong. There are a lot of Nazis just like these guys out in the rural areas outside of Seattle and Portland in the Pacific Northwest. Plenty of this exists. It just exists up in the mountains.
Most prominent example is his smoke and mirrors campaign of HB 269.
Oh, this guy is a Floridian. Look at his, like, the Confederate flag tattoo on his neck. The red has faded out because he has such an unironically red neck from the sunburns and, like, the skin damage from Florida sun. The red of the Confederate flag tattoo has faded into his normal skin color. You can't even tell, but that tattoo denotes to you this guy wasn't always red.
HB 269 he signs in Israel. Think about that for a second, folks. You have an American, a United States governor actually in Israel signing a bill that is going to govern the people of America, not the people of Israel, the people of America. And of course they instantly went off and, oh, well, this is the greatest thing. This is going to stop X, Y, and Z. And then after it was said and done with, it didn't stop anything. The Jews have come to realize that Ron DeSantis isn't the guy they thought he was. They've come to understand that he is truly out for what is in the best interest of white America, because he knows that white America is the only way America can still sustain itself and prosper.
Nah, I think red's a cringe color. Like, as far as political ideology, I think blue's better. Blue is like the universal, like, good guy color, and red is the universal bad guy color. Let the Nazis have red, let the Republicans have red, let us be blue. Blue is like the universal good guy color. I don't care.
Did you guys like President Trump?
No. Well, he's a put.
We literally can color code who's the good guys and who's the bad guys. Okay? Don't take that away. No, that's a cringe take, Zan. Nope. Nope. LARPing commies. Nope. Release yourself from your attachment to commie aesthetics, okay? Hammers and sickles are cringe and gay, alright? The red commie flag, cringe and gay, okay? None of that shit is necessary for you to have based political opinions, okay? You don't need to have any of the, like, hyper-communist, aesthetic, cringe LARPy shit to be a lefty, or to believe in worker rights, or to believe in liberation of the proletariat. None of it is necessary. It's only cringe, and it only puts people like me, who literally agrees with you, off. No. I think it's all cringe. Wait, is the hammer and sickle actually tanky or Marxist? Well, tankies love it, but, like, all commies love it. I don't like the hammer and sickle shit. I don't like the... I don't like the appropriation of, like, symbology like that, unless it has, like, a very clear, like, history and meaning, you know? Like, when you talk about the hammer and sickle, that was literally the flag of the Soviet Union, and you're now trying to make it the flag of communism, too? Can you not see how stupid that is? Like... Contrast that to, like, the pride flag, which is its own thing, that was made specifically to represent, like, gay pride, like LGBT pride. And even the progress flag, which was a moderated version of the pride flag, specifically meant to represent progressive values. And as much as you may hate the progress flag, I live in Seattle, and those fuckers are everywhere. Those progress flags have replaced every single pride flag. I have not seen a normal, non-progress flag pride flag in, like, a year. I went from Palm Springs to Seattle. There are no normal pride flags. It's all progress flags now. I love the progress flag. I think the colors clash a little iffily, but it's grown on me much more. Exactly, hammer and sickle was representing peasants and factory workers in 1917 Russia. I know the meaning of it. I get it. Although it's ironic as fuck, considering that the like peasant farmers were forced to become factory workers, and that's what caused the massive fucking famine that was then used as an opportunity to starve out and cause an ethnic genocide against the Ukrainians and other ethnic groups within those Russian states at the time that the Soviet satellite states at the time that they wanted to fuck over. Yeah, I don't care. I don't care what it represents. Like, there doesn't need to be a symbol that represents communists. And if you make a symbol to represent your cause, unless it is a cause nobody but the most awful people want to associate themselves with, it will be co-opted and used, okay? Like, unless it is very clear what the symbol represents, what it means, and where it comes from, you should, like, I don't know why I have to explain to you guys why the hammer and sickle shit is cringe LARP. If this is cringe LARP, so is the hammer and sickle stuff.
Pussy, he didn't do anything he said he was going to do. Yeah. And if you vote for him again and he gets in, he's not going to do anything. He married all of his kids off to Jews.
Because he knows the system,
Yeah.
He knows that Jews have the power, so marry off your kids and keep that power.
He's another politician. He fucking jerks you off until you vote for him, and then he doesn't do shit for you.
We're Ron DeSantis supporters. We like Ron DeSantis.
Yeah, he actually does shit for us.
Can you explain it one more time why you like Ron DeSantis?
I've already explained it like 8 times.
If you were elected president, what would you like to see him do policy-wise?
He should shut down Disney World. It's run by kikes and pedophiles.
I got it.
he should build a gigantic fire tornado generator and drop the communists in by parachute.
Yep.
One thing that Nazis have in common with the conservatives is their hatred of communism. Interesting. Anyway, yeah. Communism's good. Like, I mean, I like it in theory. I mean, I'm not like ideologically opposed to communism, but I hate the way people LARP about it. We got some more clips here as well. It goes on a while longer. We are not done.
Allied with the other groups in Florida, like.
Wait, Zan, you're literally wearing a red shirt? Yes, but okay. Yes, that's obviously what I meant.
Honestly, I'm just curious about like the rift or whatever.
Well, it's really not a rift. They do what they do. Obviously, we do a...
Is that Caitlin Bennett? I don't know why, but I just feel like that's Caitlin Bennett. It's already, like, Caitlin Bennett's been outed as a Nazi, and looking at her now, it's like, that looks like Caitlin Bennett wearing a hat, sunglasses, and a skull mask. Because I know what Caitlin Bennett looks like in sunglasses. She wears those same ones, same hair, same body type, same nails, I bet. I'm pretty sure those nails are the same. I think this might be Poo Poo Bennett. The girl who shit herself.
What we do.
It's kind of like politics.
You guys support anyone that's pro-white.
Yes,
I'll say that.
Exactly. There isn't a rift.
Does she sound like Caitlin Bennett? Not exactly.
Yes,
I'll say that.
exactly. There isn't what we do.
It's kind of like politics.
You guys support anyone that's pro-white.
Yes,
I'll say that.
exactly. There isn't a rift.
Yeah, no, she doesn't have a high enough voice and doesn't talk as slow. So just another one of those, like, blonde bimbo Nazi chicks that's being, like, produced in a factory or a lab somewhere. Like, the Institute is, like, under the ground producing these women on, like, an assembly line.
Between one side or the other, there isn't a fracture within the white power movement. Those is out trying to save our race. Not at all. There is no rift. They do their things, we do ours. Everybody has to do the way they see it. That way we can make the biggest impact and guarantee the survival and advancement of the white race.
Every group has their own thing. Like what we do today, this is OBS, this is 14 First, AFN, we're all coming here together today. Whatever works for these other groups, as long as they're getting out.
Look at that guy with his, like... Is that like an SS cape? This guy's wearing a cape. And he's got the Mjolnir medallion, too. This guy who, I'm not gonna lie, looks pretty brown. Wearing the cape and the fucking, the medallion and the, that fucking hat. The hat that Nazis love. And like Chuds online love to wear. I'm pretty sure it's like a Confederate hat. God.
Out the pro-white message, we're all there for it.
Seriously though, look. I'll tell you what the difference is between a white nationalist and a Nazi, all right? A white nationalist is somebody who wants an all-white country but isn't willing to do what it takes to get it. A Nazi is somebody who wants an all-white country and is willing to do what it takes to get it.
Okay. Well, there we go. We got ourselves a little vocabulary lesson there. We'll be sure to keep that in mind going forward. So yeah, this is basically the state of Florida. Ron DeSantis has, of course, you know, not denied support from those people. And he has obviously made it completely legal for this to happen. In fact, this is just sort of an escalation of events that have been going on for a while across the country. Here we go. Oh, do we have a news story about it? Yes, we do. We don't even have to read the article. Oh, that's awesome. We've got a full-on news story on it. Yeah, so this story should really give you an idea of why the Nazis are allowed to do this in Florida.
Police are also investigating an apparent act of anti-Semitism in South Florida that has left a Boca Raton community on edge. Several neighbors were shocked when they found these hateful messages. They were packed inside of a plastic bag right outside of their homes. Witnesses say someone in a pickup truck targeted neighborhoods right near Dixie Highway and US 1 on Saturday. Inside of the Ziploc bags, anti-Semitic flyers and what appears to be pellets. Neighbors are not only worried about the hateful messages, they're also worried about the contents inside of those packets.
I just don't like that kind of hate around our neighborhood.
Yeah,
I'm
don't
just so
touch
worried
those
because
things.
in our neighborhood, you know, we have a lot of dogs, a lot of people who walk their dogs.
Like, the pellets make me think, like, what is that, a medium for anthrax or something?
And we have a lot of kids, toddlers, and who knows what's in there.
Well, investigators say that the pellets inside are not toxic, but the disturbance
Okay.
comes amid a rise of anti-Semitism.
They look like fire pellets. They look like the pellets you put in, like, into a fireplace. Is it, like, supposed to be like, oh, you'll burn, and so they put, like, pellets for a fireplace in there?
Anti-Semitic incidents, with the Anti-Defamation League reporting a 50% increase in anti-Semitic acts over just the past few years.
Yeah, that wasn't even the story I was thinking of. Hold on. We're going to have to sift through a lot of not the particular story that I'm looking for very quick, because so much of this keeps happening. Fuck, I can't find it. I originally saw this video on Twitter. Does anybody have, like, the story from when those Nazis were projecting, like, anti-Semitic shit up onto the side of that, I'm pretty sure, Florida synagogue? It was a big synagogue building that had, like, a big, smooth wall on the side, and some Nazis on, like, maybe 3 blocks away or something were projecting, like, massive, like, bigger than a billboard, onto the side of the building, like a bunch of anti-Semitic shit, and the synagogue could do nothing to get it taken care of and make that stop. Because I guess light doesn't count as, like, putting shit from your property onto somebody else's. It's bizarre. It's some weird legal loophole that that Ron DeSantis' Florida is using to allow this shit to happen. I don't know. I'm trying to find the story, but people in the comments section, when this comes out as a video, if you could link it, that would be helpful. I can't, unfortunately, use Twitter because, banned. You know how it is. Yeah. Members of the group Near Disney also bashed Trump, with one saying the former president, he's a pussy. He couldn't do anything he said he was going to do. And if you vote for him again, he gets in. He's not going to do anything. He married all of his kids off to Jews. We're Ron DeSantis supporters, another marcher said. We like Ron DeSantis. Update from today. The original version of this article quoted a marcher as saying, we're all DeSantis supporters, without including his second remark, fuck Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis is a joke. Ron DeSantis is a joke. The story has been updated. You bet conservatives probably gave the story a bunch of shit because they were like, no, these Nazis are just trying to make us look bad. He said he hates DeSantis right afterward. For those that don't know, that was the I disavow thing. It's basically to give DeSantis a level of plausible deniability. They're all very openly pro-DeSantis, and DeSantis is very openly pro-them. Well, not openly, but you know what I mean. Anyway, Florida is continuously on its way to hell, so, you know, when I visit there, I guess I'll have a lot to talk about, and a lot to record, and a lot to, you know, just see. There's gonna be a lot of shit going down. Maybe I'll be able to go to a Nazi march and record some people when they take off their masks to drink some water. You know those guys have to, like, take a sip of water eventually, right? You guys know that, right? Like, they have to take their mask off to get some water eventually. And that's when you get their face with your camera. That's how you do it. So, yeah, maybe that could be some good content. Alrighty. What do you guys think of that segment? Just a camera, Zan? Oh, Florida's gun laws are very robust. You're allowed to carry and you're allowed to defend yourself with lethal force if you have to. As long as it's legal. Yeah, or you could just dehydrate them by standing there and recording their face the whole time, and they just won't take the mask off to drink, and they just pass out from heat stroke. I've been walking rural California for weeks. Plenty of Trumpers and Confederates out there. Jesus. Yeah. Larry Banks 78, thank you for the tier 2 sub. I really appreciate it. Very kind of you. I'm gonna assume that's $10. Very based in Pog. Says, you write in that Mahler only went after Synthetic Man because the latter made jest of him and did not liking Ragnarok, yet doesn't do the same when the FM does it? When the FM... Yeah, I think I know what you mean by that, though, like when his friends and those other people do it. Yeah. No, it's pretty cringe. It's pretty cringe. A lot of YouTubers are like that these days, where they'll, like, criticize the same behavior that their buddies engage in, like, exactly the same behavior. But, like, in the case where they criticize it, it's because of reason, like, they say it's because they disagree with the behavior, like, morally, but they are cool with it from coming from other people. Lol Mooted was just streaming him roasting heel versus babyface videos. Cool. Based. One sec, chat. Y'all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay. Alrighty. We're revisiting Just Pearly Things. For those of you guys that aren't aware, she is like the headline incel, like, propaganda red pill lady of the online right. She's very cringy and very stupid. She's not very good at making arguments, and she's not very good at being convincing, but that's not necessary for content like what she makes. It's for people who already agree with her entirely and are just looking for a woman to validate those opinions. And so she's just not always had the most, she's not always had the best reputation. Since she really got big, there have been people dunking on her, but she still managed to eat by a pretty successful online presence. But as of late, she started to become a lot more hit or miss when it comes to her viewership and how well her content does. This is particularly going alongside the fall of Fresh and Fit that's happened recently. It really does seem like the red pill era is coming to an end. I think this, like, red pill, incel, like, woman hate, but it's cool and everybody is getting on board, the Andrew Tate shit. I think it's really starting to wind down. It's not over, but it's starting to wind down pretty significantly. And I figured we should take a look at Just Pearly Things' channel to see what she's been up to. She uploaded a few times today already. Oh, wow. Holy crap. She's uploaded 7 videos today. She uploads 7 videos a day. Bro. That is insane. Oh my lord, 7 videos a day. Okay, what should we respond to? Unfaithful wife caught cheating by husband. Western culture destroyed men's lives and their marriages. Women's absurd dating standards for men. Yeah, it goes like, pregnant wife cheats after 10 years of marriage. They made a hate article on me. Teenager bullied for leaked photos of 304 mother? What? Modern women are mentally unstable from social media. Sean O'Malley admitted to cheating on his wife. All these videos are so boring looking. Did Steve Harvey deserve getting cheated on? Single mother Brittany Renner grinding on Charleston White. The Logan Paul and Dylan Dennis drama got worse. No wonder her channel's falling off. None of this is interesting. Like, not even as something I want to respond to. The reality of modern women dating down. Oh, okay, here's one. Let's see. Let's learn about modern women dating down. That seems like the kind of thing that would go against, like, her worldview, the idea that women would ever date down, quote-unquote. So let's hear what her response is to that.
Okay, so I was scrolling through TikTok, and guys, I found this account that I think is so funny. I'm going to react to some of his videos this week. And he had a video talking about why women are dating down.
You know, I just noticed, just like Matt Walsh and the Daily Wire people, Just Pearly Things has an earpiece in. She's having lines fed to her for her show, just like the Daily Wire people do. Like, there is literally such a lack of talent, originality, or desire to know or speak the truth in the online right that they can't even do a show without an earpiece in where they're getting lines fed to them. I don't even think they do this in any of the bigger lefty media. Like, does Sam Cedar have an earpiece in when he does his show? You can see the earpiece right here. This is an earpiece. Sam Cedar doesn't? Yeah, I've never noticed that. I've never noticed it even on, like, the Young Turks, but maybe they do have that. Yeah. I feel like it's a bad sign if the person whose show you're watching is wearing an earpiece, like if they're an online content creator, because it's really not necessary. If they have to have lines fed to them, then they are not competent in talking about these topics at all. You know what preparation I do for these streams? I write out a list of topics I'm going to cover, and then knowing what topics I'm going to cover, when I'm like in the shower, when I'm making myself breakfast or cleaning my apartment, I think up different arguments and points that I want to make, and I kind of word them out and plan them hours ahead in my head, ready to say whenever like the segment happens. I do a little bit of that like mental prep. But these people literally require earpieces because they're just corporate talking heads who have to do like 1 million segments per day because it's all about making money. There's no desire to spread the truth or actually achieve any positive change in the world they're going for. It's all just a grift. Is this Pearl? Yes, this is Pearl.
Nowadays, and really talking about women's reasonable standards. So pull the clip.
Seeing a trend of women dating down, which means, you know, a man who...
So it looks like women are getting victimized again. Women are having to date down because there are no good men left. Let's talk about why. So usually men make more than women, which is not fair. Let's not talk about why. We'll just assume it's oppression. So to combat this oppression...
Ah, yes. The left, notoriously unwilling to talk about why things like oppression or wage inequality are an issue. Very unwilling to talk about these things.
We need the government to make laws so that women can make an equal amount of money, which is...
I like how this guy's video, his like political video, it's a guy recording vertical on his phone little doodles and scrabbles he made in a notebook. And it's like, guys, trust me, bro. I'm about to explain to you the reality of things. Guys, you know what? Let me show you an example of the trend of like this grifty misinformation spreading outside of the politics sphere. We spend a lot of time debunking misinformation that's become so big and popular in the realm of politics. But this exists outside of the political realm in other spaces, and there are big content creators who much less controversially debunk the spread of this type of misinformation, and because they're not political content creators, they get far less hate. A good example of this is this geology YouTuber I watch. He does shorts primarily. Yeah, Mini Minuteman. Mini Minuteman. This guy. Let me show you an example of, like, how big this misinfo shit is, even outside the politics sphere.
Science? Real? Bro, what? Never do that again. Actually, no, you know what? He's totally right. This is the most masculine way to eat a banana.
Huge footprint found on the side of a hill in Africa.
If I hear one more person talk about this footprint, I'm actually gonna do it. I swear to God that every single day somebody tags me in a different video of a guy in a backwards baseball cap talking about this fucking footprint. What's up, guys? Truth Seeker 69 here. Today we're gonna be looking at this giant footprint. I think that this right here is proof that mainstream academia has been lying to us. Alright everybody, say it with me now. If your only evidence for something is that it looks like something else, you are probably wrong. This is granite that is 200 million years old. The last time it was pliable, it was fucking magma. Why would there be a footprint in it? Yo, well, of course you'd say that, Milo, because you're being paid by the Smithsonian to hide the truth. Yeah, you know what? No, fuck it. I'm being paid by the Smithsonian. The Anunnaki are real, giants exist, and mountains are giant tree stumps. Let's go fuck myself.
So yeah, there are YouTubers out there that have been having to deal with, like, the massive rise in, like, online misinfo being as, like, monetarily profitable as it is and as popular as it's been getting in places like TikTok, which you can tell this is like a TikTok formatted video, the one we're watching from Pearl. Like, this isn't just a political misinformation issue. Misinfo across the board is flourishing online, and it's being monetized heavily. And it's making said spreaders of misinfo a lot of money.
Is fair. And once women are making an equal amount of money, now men who make less than them are fucking losers.
For the record, by the way, the reasons why women make less money is due to the fact that women are, as a demographic, far less encouraged to pursue jobs and careers that are likely to make a lot of money. In fact, conservatives, like the guy whose video we're watching right now, are arguing against the idea of women pursuing high-paying jobs. The reason the wage gap exists is because we have socially told women, through implication and overtly in many cases, that jobs such as, jobs that are typically more profitable are not what they should pursue. And, things such as childcare is a very good example of this. It is a career that is overwhelmingly dominated by women, and yet very underpaid. Teachers, as well, heavily underpaid, because most of them tend to be women, because that is, of course, a child caregiving position. There's a lot of examples of this. And I'm not even talking about the tendency for within a company for the salary of a woman to be lower than that of a man on average. I'm talking about simply the demographic gap in wealth income and wealth inequality. This is in large part due to social pressure on women. And what this guy's mad about is the fact that is changing, that more women than ever are pursuing careers and thinking, yeah, you know what, I'd be fine being single until my 30s or whatever. I don't plan on having kids. Let me just pursue college and making a lot of money and making sure that I'm financially stable. Incel dudes, conservative guys, hate that. A financially independent woman is a woman who is far harder to abuse. A woman who is forced to seek out a man for a relationship and a man to support them is practically stuck in that relationship no matter how bad it is, which is why so many of these conservatives advocate against contraception, abortion, divorce. Their end goal is for women to be prisoners of just the most awful men and to have absolutely no recourse to get out of that situation.
Women are getting educated and they have standards, so they're not going to date down.
I like how educated is in quotes and standards is in quotes. Mind you, educated literally means going to college and getting a degree and whatnot. And then standards means, like, not dating some useless slob who doesn't consider women to be people.
She needs a man who makes more money than her, which is not fair. Government help. So basically,
What is the logic there? That it's a cycle where the government's going to keep on giving money and benefits to women to make them have more money than men, and then the men are gonna work harder to make more money than the women, and the women are gonna complain again? What?
Women need to be making the same amount of money as men, or even more, because it's 2023. That's the year that it is.
I like how so much conservative argumentation is just like sarcastically straw-manning the left. Like, no engagement with any actual progressive values, no feminist values or anything like that. Just like, here's me explaining to you what the left believes. Just trust me, bro.
This is the year, and so the government has to make this happen, because it's August 23rd. The logic is flawless. So all...
Hey, look, current year again. Hey, we're getting the current year thing again, like the heels versus babyface rant. Remember, guys, it's a consistent through line of buzzwords and talking points across these conservative grifters. A very common one is saying, current year, in reference to anything they view as marginally progressive.
Women should be equal to or better than men, and all women should be able to find a man who makes more money than she does. Where have all the good men gone? I just don't get it.
The only women saying that they should be able to find a man that makes more money than them are women who are self-reporting that they're gold diggers. So what is the problem? These guys are acting like gold digging has never existed prior to the age of the internet and OnlyFans and Instagram models. It's always been a thing. Only now, social media has made it so they tend to be open about it more often than they were before. So those women who have always existed are just giving off their red flags more overtly, which lets you steer wide and clear before anything gets serious. That's what he's complaining about right now. There have always been gold diggers. They're just more open about it now by posting on social media about it. Because that's what these people do. They find, like, tweets of, like, a woman saying, I gotta get my side dick to buy me expensive dinner tonight or something like that. And they'll be like, yeah, see, this is what women are. They're just trying to use you for money. And they'll have 15 different dudes on the side, all to get their different benefits from. And for a lot of women, that's true. I've met tons of girls who have, like, a catalog of dudes who all have, like, different professions and different, like, benefits they can get. If the girl has sex with them and they can, like, get something out of it. Tons of girls I've met that are like that. Not the majority. There's nothing wrong with it. I mean, as long as, like, there's not any, like, dishonesty going on, no lying or, like, theft or thievery. But these guys would say that, like, that is somehow thievery.
I just don't understand it. I got educated, and that's something that men care about a whole lot. So now...
Also, the women who've gotten educated and are making a lot of money are not the women who are doing gold digging. They're not the women who are, like, out there, like, using men, quote-unquote, for their money. Or looking for a wealthy guy. If anything, they're the ones who, like, because of how hard it is to make a lot of money, they're probably older, and they're probably cougars. Like, I would imagine, like, most well-accomplished women who like have a lot of money are probably into their 50s and 60s, and they would just, like, order a bunch of, like, 21-year-old, like, male strippers in, like, firefighter and cop outfits to dance for them in their office as they snort cocaine. Like, I think that's what, like, most, like, very successful, accomplished women are doing. Because they can.
Now, me and all the other educated women are looking for men, and they're all busy. What's going on here? I want a man who makes 6 figures, because that's more than me, and that's not fair. So
Okay, women who make a lot of money are not looking for guys who make more money than them. That's generally not the case. Most women who are looking for guys who make a lot of money aren't doing it because they're gold diggers. They're doing it because they hope that they can find a relationship where financial stability is a bonus. I know a lot of women who are not gold diggers, but when they talk about their ideal guy, being financially stable is up on the list because they do not want to be in a relationship where they're going to live in, like, a crack house or a shitty small studio apartment and live a miserable life. If a girl can choose between perfect guy but he's broke and perfect guy but he's financially stable, she's going to choose the perfect guy who's financially stable. Because you'd have to be crazy to choose the person who doesn't have their life together, who you're going to be latching yourself onto and basically inheriting the problems of. Like, I know these guys have never been in, like, a serious relationship before, but, like, beyond the prospect of what, like, the 15-year-olds who watch these videos think a relationship is, when you get into a relationship with someone long-term and you live together, you feel like family. The dynamic and the feel, not in like a Alabama kind of way, but like in a, that person is part of your family now when you've dated for a long enough time and you've like lived together a long enough time. And so that whole dynamic changes. More like, yeah, in a Fast and the Furious kind of way, yeah. But also in the same way that like you would say that your wife is part of your family, right? Like a husband and wife are family, but they're not blood family. You understand what I mean? And so, like, when an actual serious relationship takes place, and people in chat who've been in a long-term serious relationship where you've lived with the partner before can probably agree, it feels like a family member, more so than, like, dating, you know? Like, that feeling you get when you're dating somebody, and you're all nervous to meet them, and you're gonna go on a date, and you're meeting up, and you gotta pay for dinner, and make sure you put on your best show, and you're wearing your best clothing and stuff. That is a very different feeling and dynamic and just thing than once you've been dating for like 2 or 3 years and you've lived together for 2 or 3 years and it's just you've learned to live with each other. Yeah, I don't know. It's hard for me to put into words, but like a lot of the guys who are watching content like this have never actually been in a serious relationship, and they don't realize how when you get into a committed serious relationship and you live together, how hard it is to re-separate your lives if it doesn't work out. Like, it's possible, but it's difficult. It's not a clean separation. And so I think that so many of these guys who watch this content are susceptible to this propaganda simply just because they've never experienced what most adult guys will have in a actual long-term serious relationship, you know? And they don't know what it's actually like. And that it doesn't just end once you've gotten the girl, you know? It's a whole thing after that. Like, you've got a person who is in your life that you, like, emotionally care for, who, like... It's a whole thing. I'm not gonna stun lock on this, but I hope you guys understand what I mean when I say, like, these Zoomers watching this content have no idea what I'm talking about.
I should be making 6 figures. And when I get my 6 figures, I want a man who's making 7 figures. Why can't I find any? And
reminder, no citations or anything. This is just made up.
When I do find a man who makes 7 figures, that's oppressive. Government, help! I'm so sick of all this dating down. Why don't you just do...
Okay, is it just going to be the same cycle, him repeating it over and over? Okay, let's skip to the end.
I thought this was such a genius way to put it, because this is exactly what happens. The government comes in and adds these quotas. They discriminate against men for jobs. They overpay women for doing the same work as guys.
Give an
and
example.
Actually pay women more per hour.
Give an example.
You'll see this trend of smart, educated.
It is literally, for the same reason you people argue, it is on paper illegal to pay women more than men. That is not legal. So, show any evidence.
Educated women dying alone. And really, the women that I think...
Mind you, Jess Pearly Things has admitted she's not in a relationship. She's lonely and single. She's like in her late 20s, going on 30. She is literally everything that she uses as an insult towards women. The thing about Just Pearly Things is that when her opponent is a man, she has nothing. When her opponent is a woman, all of her arguments and insults are just misogyny. She just says, you're a whore, you're gonna die lonely, you're losing your looks, you should smile more, that kind of shit, you know? But she is everything that she uses as an insult against women. She's not all that attractive. She's lonely and miserable and not in a relationship. She has had no kids. She isn't much of a looker. She, like, I don't know. It's just, it's all projection. Every single one of these conservative grifters, whenever they do have an original thought, which tends to be their insults, it's projection.
Think of that I don't want to say overcame this, but like the women that I see that are smart and educated have to date, quote unquote, down. I'll give you an example. That chick from Precious, the Gabrielle chick, she dated down. The girl from Bumble, Whitney Wolf Herd, she dated down. Oprah dated down. And I'm not saying dated down in all aspects. I'm sure they outdid her in some. But it's just if you're going to make...
Notice how, like, the way they frame relationships is like it's some kind of contest or, like, lottery or a, like, investing. These are people whose view of relationships, the ones who are actually in them, are extremely toxic. And people who have never been in relationships consuming the content. No one who's actually been in a relationship is watching this and agreeing. I refuse to believe that. Let me look at, like, the replies. I feel sorry for young people now. This is like a boomer. I feel sorry for young people now. I'm so glad that I grew up in the 80s. No mobile phones, no texting, just living life very spontaneous. It was great. I've always wondered how they can hold both these positions at once. The distribution of women's income should be the same as men. All women deserve to date a guy who makes more than her. What lefties are saying this? Where are lefties saying all women deserve to... Is this just like a made-up quote that right-wingers have just kind of like manifested into reality as like a straw man of what feminists believe, that all women deserve to date a guy who makes more than her? To be fair, these guys think feminism is like when a woman online is a bad person. Like, feminism is both anything vaguely progressive having to do with women's rights and when a woman does a bad thing. That's what feminism is to these people. Literally just incoherent. Completely incoherent. By the way, Just Pearly Things has been one of the biggest purporters of two policies that the right has started to adopt a lot more broadly lately. Advocacy for banning divorce, particularly divorce initiated by women, like no-fault divorces initiated by women, and the banning of contraception and abortions. Notably, the banning of access to contraception has become a central topic that radical Republicans have been focusing on. So if you are interested in actually doing something to fight, to defend your contraceptive rights, then I've got some links for you, okay? I've gotten into contact with Progressive Victory, which is currently working to combat the Republicans' fight against your rights to access to contraception. So if you want to join them, contact them and get some work from them to help fight against the Republicans who are doing this and learn how you can do it. Here is the link. You've got a link to where you can write letters to your representatives and tell them to support your right to access contraceptions. And then here's the home website for Progressive Victory and their Protect Contraceptives campaign. I'm currently working with them, and I love what they do. I think they're based as hell. I could not be more happy to be involved with them, and I think you guys should be getting into contact with them, seeing what you can do for them, because they're an actual group fighting to preserve your rights that Republicans and conservative pundits who are very well funded are fighting desperately to take away from you. So if you actually want to get on the ground, or hell, you can just sit in your chair and not even have to leave your house. There are things you can do working with this group to fight against what the Republicans are trying to do to your rights. Even if you're not in favor of abortion, the best way to prevent abortions is more access to contraception. The best way to prevent sexually transmitted infections, STIs, is through contraception. So please, please, please consider checking out those links, progress.win/letters and www.protectcontraceptives.com. Please check it out. And thank you for the raid, Vosh. I really appreciate it. Vosh Raiders, consider checking out these links. If you want to protect your rights to contraception stuff, the stuff you use to keep your partner from getting pregnant and from catching STIs, if you want to retain your contraceptive rights and fight against Republicans who are trying to take them away from you, please check out those links. progress.win/letters, and protectcontraceptives.com. If any of my mods could add a command, so if you do like !PV, it like brings up those two links, that would be awesome. If Zanbot could do that, that would be really, really cool. But yeah. Thank you for the raid. I really appreciate it. It's kind of bad timing because I plan to wrap up soon, but I suppose I could stream for a little while longer. I don't want to wrap up as soon as all these new people just arrived. Tierstar, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I really appreciate it. Says, what the heck? I'm not subscribed? Better fix that. Well, thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $5. Welcome to the sub club. You are no longer white. Ugh. Well, everybody, welcome. I didn't have any extra segments prepared for today. What could I do? What could I cover? Trying to find something good to watch / respond to. Because you guys all got here right as I was wrapping up stream, almost. I just finished up my last segment of the day. I'm scrolling through my YouTube to see if there's anything of note. Indigo Cozy, thank you for the $10 donation. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Based in Pog of You said, I showed up right when both Vosh and Xanderhall were planning to split. What luck, huh? I'm sorry about that. I'm really sorry. It's unfortunate, but time zones can be a fuck. Time zones can be a real fuck, can't they? You know what I was thinking of doing tonight after stream? I got whitelisted for the Frankie on PC in 1080p Daisy standalone server where he's like recording his newest video. So I'm gonna be joining that tonight and see if I can have some fun Daisy interactions. It's heavily modded, so it'll actually be fun. But yeah, that could be fun. Maybe I'll be in the next Frankie video, so keep an eye on that. If you watch Frankie on PC in 1080p, and if you don't, then you're missing out on a lot. Literally the best gaming videos in all of YouTube. Hannah Miller, thank you for the $20 super chat. Says, here's one now. I pay you with compliments, views, and donations. Thank you so much, Hannah Miller. I really appreciate it. You're based. Loverworm, thank you for the $5 donation. I really appreciate that. Said, I trans my Firefox, Zan. Check it. Is this Discord link gonna be... Oh no, you just straight up, you transed it. Holy crap. Look at that. That is a transed Firefox. You didn't need to tell me you were trans. You have an interview with the vampire video up right now. I know one other person who's a massive fan of Interview with a Vampire, and he's a trans dude. And boy, does he love vampires. He is gay for vampires. He might be the most gay for vampires I've ever seen a guy be. No, Interview with a Vampire is as gay as vampires get. Good God, I've got 938 people watching right now. Fuck, what am I gonna do with all these viewers? God damn, this is so much pressure. This is so much pressure. I was just wrapping up. I don't have anything prepared. Oh! Nope, I know what to cover. Oh, I know what to cover. Never mind. Nope, it just hit me. It just hit me like a sack of bricks. I know exactly what to cover. You all know what to do when I say action, right? 3, 2, 1, action. Okay, everybody. I've got a surprise segment for you guys. Surprise segment, surprise video. You guys are gonna ship bricks when you see it. From Jubilee, Black Conservatives versus White Liberals. It's not the title that'll make you ship bricks. It's gonna be the panelists. Or panelist, I should say.
This is the 112th episode of Middle Ground, and we want you to help us decide what the next 112 episodes will be. Join our Middle Ground Patreon community and make Middle Ground with us.
You see him? There he is. There he is, dude. Oh, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be so good. Like, Destiny's hair looks so bizarre right now. Like the color does, because he's got like the tips of blue still there. So he's got like his normal dark brown hair, but there's like a tinge of silver to it because the blue tips are still there. Because like he couldn't get it cut short enough to get all the blue because I hadn't grown out quite enough yet. Same thing happened to me when I had to get my blonde taken away. I had like blonde like peppered throughout for a little while until my hair grew out more and I got it cut again. Yeah, that's Pepe Ladi.
I was chosen to read the following prompt. White Americans have way more advantages than Black Americans.
I think I'm a rarity here.
It would seem so.
Do white Americans have more advantages because they're white, or do just white Americans have advantages because of...
All right, Destiny at 1.25 speed. Good luck, chat.
Historic factors. I think that people want to argue at the end of the day over whether it's because you're white or not. I think that the answer is because you're white in the past.
That is the best thing ever. Somebody clip this. Somebody clip that like thing there. Just clip that. Just please clip this image. Destiny, white liberal. Did they mean to make this so perfect?
And that's how it kind of carries over to today. You know, even in times of the United States history where black people tried to build wealth, you know, with the Tulsa riots and everything, where, yeah, this wealth has been destroyed. And something that's upsetting to me is when conservatives talk about how we can't blame the past for what's happening in the present. That is true to some extent. But then the next breath, they'll talk about how important it is to have dual-parent households, how important it is to have a strong family, to have responsibility passed on from parent to child. And we've seen in the past that because of racial issues, that process has been severely disrupted.
The funny thing is that
the main reason is that because conservatives don't generally care about the stability of parental structures when they talk about it. It's one of those things that conservatives will argue that sounds really nice. Like, it sounds really nice. Conservatives love making arguments that sound really nice. And if you don't look beyond the surface of their arguments, they seem very sound, but they usually can't hold up to much scrutiny. And the hypocrisy is usually very, stark if you look for it. And in a case like this, it's obvious. You've heard many conservatives argue about how, I'm not racist. I just think that black people, if you look at the stats, are more likely to do crime and are more likely to be violent. And you'll argue, why do you think that's the case? And if they're smart enough to lie, well, they'll argue, well, I think there's a lot of issues, such as, black fathers leaving their pregnant girlfriends and leaving them to be single mothers. And it's a big problem with black fathers. They'll argue that a lot. And they'll, suggest or argue that it's the lack of a parental family unit stably existing that's the problem. But then they'll argue that you can't claim that the events of the past are an excuse for what's happening now. They'll say rap music and fatherless homes are the cause for adult criminal behavior, while in the same breath arguing that generational wealth isn't a factor. It makes no sense. It's blatantly hypocritical.
Agreeing with all these things is when I did my research when I was younger, which arrived me to...
Also, the biggest consumers of rap music, like gangster rap music, are white suburban kids.
My standpoint of being a conservative, because I believed it was racist, Democrat, liberal ideologies and policies dating all the way back to the 1800s, all the way up to the 1960s, and then the purported big switch. But I think it was more so when Democrats decided to be a bit more cloak and dagger about their true opinions of black people and be more secretive and more, we want to help you by doing these things and seeing them as
doing
inferior.
What things?
Affirmative action, welfare, all sorts of things that eventually ruin our culture and places where we are now.
Okay, affirmative action's problem is that it ineffectively handles the issue it is trying to solve. It's a Band-Aid solution that also has a, I'm a vax rebel, oh god. it's a Band-Aid solution that isn't even all that effective, and typically the people who get the most benefit from it, if Just Pearly Things was smart enough to use examples, she could have used affirmative action as one. The people who benefit most from affirmative action are white women. They have a massive disproportionate advantage due to it, much more so over, say, black women or black men, because they are seen as part of a marginalized group, but they are still a benefitter of white privilege, and so they end up having white privilege plus affirmative action as a benefit for them. And so white women, in particular as a demographic, perhaps get an unfair shake, a unfair positive advantage, I should say, due to affirmative action. But the idea of fixing these problems is not bad, and these are not like sly, racist schemes by the Democrats. Like, in what way does the welfare state act as a racist scheme from white Democrats who are secretly racist to hurt black Americans? Republicans have been desperate lately to try to make it seem like welfare is a bad thing. I mean, they always have, but they've gotten to the point where they straight up say, we have gotten 2,000 Americans off of welfare. And they don't say, and into a stable income. They just say, we've gotten them off of welfare, as in they don't have welfare anymore. And then they go on to talk about how people are abusing food stamps. And it's like, dog, you can't even buy a hot meal with food stamps. I don't know.
But I want to get back to the history of it, because we're talking about...
Well, I just want to make sure we're clear. Giving them money hurt them, right? Is that what you're saying?
Well, yes, giving them, because if your father's out of the home, that's when we give you the money. If you're living in this
so
housing,
then give them the money while the dad's
rent-free,
well, then give them the money while the dad's in the home.
If you're working this amount of hours and getting...
Yep, okay, there we go. We're already getting the black fatherlessness, argument already. So he's trying to reconcile his position that he thinks that black fathers not being around is the cause of the issues that the black community faces in America, while at the same time trying to argue against the prospect that generational wealth and stability is a large factor in why the black demographic in America is so heavily the victim of policing and prosecution.
Less than this amount of dollars, you're getting money from the government. Yes, it is incentivizing.
You're throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
I don't even know what that means in this scenario, because yes.
You want to
talk about throwing babies out with the bathwater? Margaret Sanger wanted to exterminate the black race because she thought they were weeds. So yeah, we can literally talk about throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
Wait, what is he? Is he referring to the person who founded Planned Parenthood or something?
Throwing the baby out with the bathwater.
I don't even know what that means in this scenario, because yes. You want to talk about throwing babies out with the bathwater? Margaret Sanger wanted to exterminate the black.
Yeah, okay, he's talking about Planned Parenthood. Okay. Margaret Sanger. Okay. Yeah, this is delusional. He's just got a lot of saved talking points. I like Destiny charging up. I appreciate Destiny charging up right now. He's got his eyes closed and he's looking down. He's got his hands on his knees. He's in the meditation position. He almost looks like he's floating. Because the black chairs are blending into the black background. So it almost looks like he's floating. He's powering up. He's getting ready to smite this kid.
Black race because she thought they were weeds. So yeah, we can literally talk about throwing the baby out with the bathwater. That's what Margaret Sanger, that's what Democrat policies wanted to do to my people. So that's why I feel so strongly about it, because it is these policies that date back centuries that were built off of the death and poverty of my people.
Let's take a breath.
So I'm breathing.
Okay.
So a lot of babies aren't.
Having a dedicated anti-Gish Gallop strategy is important. Do you know what my anti-Gish Gallop strategy is? Just cut them off by saying who? And then they go to talk again, you say, who? Like you can't hear them. And they go to say it again, you say, cares! Yeah, that's how you stop a Gish Gallop.
But I am, sadly.
I don't know what that means. When I say throw the baby out with the bathwater, you want to completely get rid of welfare, okay? Or at least I don't want to put that on you haven't said that, but the conservative apparatus does, clearly. So giving money to a group of people does not hurt them.
I mean, sure, if you're talking about a lottery, just take money. But
yes.
there are strings attached to that money.
Take all the money.
There are strings attached to that money.
Give them millions. Make them all millionaires. I don't care. Giving money to black people does not hurt them.
And that has not happened, though. That has not happened.
What do you mean?
That has not happened.
No.
It hasn't been a reparations. It hasn't been this or that. It has been a welfare program.
So is he in favor of reparations, but he views... Okay, is welfare giving lazy people free money from the government, or is it not? because he views welfare as giving black people money, but now he's arguing that hasn't happened. I think he's just getting caught up in his talking points, because he's watched a lot of, like, right-wing YouTube videos, but he just has talking points, but no, like, glue to kind of make them all work, to connect them, you know?
Societies Act that was built off of the idea of, hey, we get these families split up, we get these
So
people
then let
living
them
here.
keep the family together and keep all the money.
I mean, I guess so, but I guarantee you,
I guess
there's
so.
no way
Why would you not advocate for that?
So in your, I guess, research of like history of this country and everything, do you find like the Reconstruction era and like the failures of like what it wanted to be?
This is like music artist Hunter Avallone. Like, I legit thought it might be Hunter Avallone for a second when he was talking, and it was like the side view with the glasses, but the tattoos and like the outfit and like the general face structure isn't the same. Like, this is like less chiseled jawline, like burnout music bro Hunter Avallone. Like, this is like a variant from another universe.
And then what it ended up being, and then which led into
I'm not roasting him.
You know, had downstream effects to enter into the Jim Crow era, and you know you have policies like redlining that influence how schools are funded. The downstream effects of slavery, do you think, put black people as generally in a worse opposition than white Americans?
I think generation by generation the effects of slavery have been diluted, but generation by generation the effects of racism, welfare-based policies, and things of that nature became even more great. So in the 1880s or so, when we had our first black members of Congress, which were indeed Republicans, I think that was a great start for things. But obviously we had terrible things that happened, like the Tulsa massacre, among black people being chased out of their homes by the KKK.
Sure.
All funded by the Democrat Party, all supported by the Democrat Party.
Well, I need to stop you there. Can you attribute not?
Okay, so a lot of less politically, historically minded people will simply refer to the party switch. The party switch is not, it's way more complicated than there was a party switch. Prior to the 1960s, like in the years following the Civil War, the way that political parties worked was very different than the way they work today. American politics was still very divided by South and North at the time. And so Democrats in the South were just as pro-slavery as Republicans in the South. And Democrats in the North were just as anti-slavery as Republicans in the North. Because at that time, whether or not you were pro-slavery depended largely on whether or not it was financially beneficial in your region to support it. Northern states were heavily, heavily industrialized, which meant a lot of their politicians could get away with not being in favor of slavery, while the South, at the time, was heavily agricultural, which were, at the time, they had a very, strong reliance on slavery for their economy, and for decades, a century after, to this day after, tons of people in the South, politicians too, aren't over what happened with the Civil War. Even the Democrats, and so the term was Dixiecrats for those Southern Democrats that were also in favor of slavery. However, as a century since then went by, the political parties and the people in them started to change a lot to where we see nowadays there's much less of a South-North political divide. I mean, it still exists to an extent. Generally, northern states that were, the states that back in the day were anti-slavery today tend to vote blue, and the states that were pro-slavery back in the day tend to vote red. There's no coincidence there. But outside of that, things have changed quite significantly, and the racist party has consolidated itself to Republicans. You can't argue that the racists who hate black people don't vote Republican. That is their party. And people who are like super soy cuck SJW liberals who are like super white guilt on the other end of things vote Democrat. You can't argue that either, or you can't argue against that either. The Republican Party is the party that racists vote for. That is not an arguable quote. You can't argue against that. That is just the truth. That is a fact of reality. That is a law of politics. We no longer divide it based on North or South. It is now Republican and Democrat. It's consolidated. It's split up. It's changed. It's morphed. It's been literally over a century. So yeah, with that in mind, when people try to say Democrats supported slavery or Democrats supported insert racist policy, not only are those Democrats not alive anymore, but also we're literally talking about a time in American history where the landscape of politics was not even recognizable compared to today in regards to how you identified yourself politically and ideologically in America.
To the party, but to the ideology. Because I think when you think, regardless of whatever the party switch was, traditionally conservative values did not, that's more aligned with more racist policies
It's
in this
very
country.
difficult
Like
to
very.
compare 2020's conservatism to 1880s conservatism. Oh, I was loving the 1v4.
So personally, I feel like there's really only one thing that white people have a true advantage over black people with, and it's that white people are less likely to be forced into a box. It happens with black people onto other black people, but it especially happens with white liberals onto black conservatives, where we are told that we are supposed to think a certain way, be a certain way, and if we're not, then we're called.
Yeah, so many black conservatives have what's called survivorship bias. Just because there is a massive systemic trend towards discrimination and, like being on the back foot starting out if you're black in America, doesn't mean there aren't black people who have made it. And if you're black and you've made it, and you're constantly seeing black people saying it's impossible or just practically impossible to make it if you're black in America, you're going to think, nah, I did it. I even find myself thinking that from time to time as a YouTuber. I see people saying it is practically impossible to start off as a YouTuber these days. And I think, nah, it's possible. I did it. But then I remember I did it years ago, and it did take a lot of hard work, and I'm still working hard at it. It is a lot harder than, I even think it is. And I have a bias because I succeeded. I don't know how common it is to fail entirely. And that same thought process motivates a lot of sincere black conservatives. Obviously, there's a lot of black conservatives that are just paid shills and grifters like Candace Owens, but there are many black conservatives who are genuine Republican voters. They are sincere in their positions. Their brain rot is genuine. And I think that mindset, that survivorship bias, is a large source of that thought process. And so here you can see them arguing they don't like being put into a box with the rest of black Americans. They don't like being put in the same category as like pro-racial justice, BLM supporting, cop hating the average black American. They want to be seen as separate. They think that like the rest of mostly white liberal Americans are like grouping them in together as, I guess, supposed to have the right or the same positions, but it's not that you have to be in lockstep with everybody else who looks like you. It's that most black people have had the lived experience that has brought them to the correct position, that racial injustice is a problem in this country, and people are trying to get you to understand you're wrong. It's not that you're being discriminated against and being forced into a box. It's that you're incorrect, and when you're incorrect, people like to correct you and try to push you towards being correct, or might even just straight up, bully you for being incorrect. That might happen too.
All these names like etc. And the worst of all is bootlicker, because I hate when a white liberal tells me as a black man that I'm a bootlicker, because then I ask, whose boot am I licking? Because
I don't care. I genuinely don't care when black conservatives try to say that you're racist as like a progressive white person for arguing against racist talking points. Don't listen to them. They're weaponizing their race. It is not a valid argument. Let them call you racist. It doesn't matter. Everybody who actually can see past identity and see the arguments that are being used will recognize that you're not racist.
You're telling me as a white person that me...
Yes, I will tell you that you're a bootlicker. Yes, I will.
As a black person, that I'm licking your boot because I don't think in this box that you want me to frame my mentality.
Your name's Xavier. My name's Alex Xander Haley, okay? Your name is just off from being the same as the author of Roots. I have the same name, and thus I am more black than you. That's how it works. I don't make the rules. I don't make the rules. I hope that gets clipped.
That to me is real racism, and that's...
Then you ain't black.
That's what we need to stop allowing to happen to us, because black people are so quick now to not branch out and have new ways of thinking, or to go into careers like agriculture and these...
Insert sound effect .mp4 of like a steak being put on a pan. That's the sound I imagine in the meme where Biden removes the melanin from that woman.
These other career paths that black people don't typically get into.
Absorb the melatonin. Motherfucker said melatonin.
It's not because of racism stopping them from getting in there. It's because we're told for so long that you have to...
You guys know melanin only turns dark when exposed to sunlight, right? Do you guys know that? Like, scientifically, that is like indisputably the case. Melanin is literally a chemical in your skin that in response to sunlight turns brown, which acts as a protective measure against sun exposure. White people just don't have melanin, which is why we don't brown as easily in the sun. Very interesting. I didn't know that, and I learned it very recently, and I found it very interesting. So melanin is actually not by default even brown. It's like a super tan. That's incorrect, Zan. No, it's not.
Follow this path and you have to think a certain way.
I think America is a great place for a black person.
Well, we have melanin. We just have much less of it. That's why we can tan. The reason we tan is because of the melanin. But if you sunburn, then you've basically lost your progress. But the little bit of melanin you might have if you're white is what will protect you naturally against some sun damage. And if you just get a nice tan, then you got protected enough. Like your melanin in your skin that may not even be visible protected you against sunlight enough that you didn't get a sunburn. But if you get burned, then you just didn't have enough. And yeah. Yeah, some white people have less, some white people have more. Some black people have less, and some black people have more.
I think I'm an American.
It's very interesting. Like, outside of, like, racists who try to make it, like, a really weird conversational topic and whatnot, it's very interesting. Like, why certain humans look different is always, like, an interesting scientific, like, rabbit hole, but obviously Nazis and eugenicists and what have you have kind of hijacked the conversation about it online.
Anything that's available to you is available to me and mine.
I've personally never experienced white people having way more privileges than me. Like, I'm sure you could find certain institutions where black people are treated differently, but in general, I don't think that I've missed out on anything because of being black. And if anything, it's given me more of a voice because people will want to hear what I say now because I'm black.
For the record, the further into the future that we get, and especially in current day, the less individual black people will have direct examples that they'll notice of where they've been systemically discriminated against. Where it has become the most obvious is obviously in the court system, where there is indisputable bias, and I don't think this girl's ever been to prison or ever been in front of a judge, but there is an indisputable bias, like, that they haven't noticed, like, because they haven't had that experience. But what really matters, what's had the largest effect, is actually the generational impacts of racism. There are black people in America alive today who are literally around to witness, and they are not old either, by the way, to witness the cops turning fire hoses on black protesters in the civil rights movement. And by there are a lot, I mean, like, literally millions. Like, it's not like, oh, World War II veterans, there's like 10 of them left. No, it's like 67, well, they wouldn't be 70. They'd be like 80-year-olds. Like 70 and 80-year-olds were around for that shit, okay? Like, it's not that long ago. Literally, when your parents and grandparents couldn't drink at the same, like, water fountain as white people, when they couldn't go to a bank and get a loan for a house or buy a house in certain neighborhoods, and those neighborhoods where they were redlined into have to this day become like the ghetto. You guys know that, right? When you go to insert city, go to like Chicago, go to Detroit, the areas that you would call the ghetto, look at a redlining map from back in the 60s of that city. The areas where black people were allowed to move into back in the day are those areas. They are small places that were generally poorly constructed or are very old, and so the construction doesn't matter anyway because they've degraded. And when you live in like a area that has been confined like that, there's so many other ways in which you can keep a population in that position. For example, schooling. American schools are funded by property tax. If you live in a bad neighborhood, if you live in an area where the houses are really shitty and the property is really shitty and the property tax is really low, the funding to the school, the local school, all the kids in that neighborhood are zoned to, is really low, which means you're going to a shitty school where you're getting a shitty education, where you have shitty opportunity. And eventually, a lot of the time, it's going to look like your only opportunity is crime. And guess what? Even if it's a minor thing, even if it's just you had some weed on you, guess what? There is an indisputable criminological consensus that in front of a judge, a black person is way more likely to get a harsher sentence than a white person. It is not arguable. These are people who've lived very privileged lives, I imagine.
So if anything, I have more of a platform now just on the basis of being a black conservative and saying what's not popular than I would if I was just a white person who was also conservative.
I agree with the Supreme
Oh, and then of course there's the studies that show, like, you can also see the areas in which the highest quantity of, like, lead paint is still used. Like, those houses that I mentioned before where, like, black people were redlined into in the 60s and before in particular. Obviously, massive problem with lead paint. And the lead paint doesn't just go away if you chip it off the walls and dispose of it, or you, like, paint over it or whatever. Most of the time it's just painted over, which means it's still there, it chips off, and it ends up being a problem. It's in the sand. It's in, like, the cracks and crevices. That lead paint is everywhere. It's a heavy metal. It doesn't just go away. It's around. It's where the kids play. It's where people are walking around. It's where cars are kicking up dust, and it's wafting through the neighborhoods. Hell, cars were using leaded gasoline not too long ago. Who would have thought? The massive drop in crime we've seen over the last few decades coincides directly with the with us getting rid of lead and gasoline and the consecutive fall in the population and storage of said leaded gasoline that was still being used after the ban. Who would have thought? That lead exposure has a pretty significant impact, but it's not just one thing. Remember, it is a cavalcade of issues all coming together to affect black people demographically, not as a whole, but generally. Not every black person is you know, suffering from these issues. That's why you've got black conservatives who sincerely believe the things they do, and they've gotten out of the situations they're in, or they're born into a good situation, so they've never known poverty, or they've never known discrimination. But these factors are inarguable. They are historical fact.
Court's decision to end affirmative action.
I think I'm not going to start. Someone else can start. Sorry.
I think affirmative action has served its purpose. I think that it was necessary for a particular time, and I think that
they're not going to make a good argument. The reason affirmative action was bad was because it was not a good solution in the first place to the problem it was trying to solve, and it had many backwards benefits that just weren't actually that were actually helping the demographics that didn't need help, like white women. Obviously, like, women as a whole have a harder time, but not as badly, not so bad that affirmative action was necessary.
every black person knows how to get into college. I mean, you can pull out the names, the Oprah.
No, every black person does not know how to get into college. You know why? Because every white person doesn't know how to get into college. You literally have to have, like, a teacher or, like, a specific program at your school where they talk to you and they tell you the process for applying to colleges and getting in. That is the biggest pile of horse shit I have ever heard, Renee. They literally, I went to a nicer school when I was in high school. There's literally a teacher dedicated to telling you and helping you work out what colleges you want to sign up for and, like, send letters to and apply for. Obviously, I didn't go down that road. I became a YouTuber. But I know about that process, and I guarantee you, if you're going to a shitty, inner-city, underfunded high school, they are not going to have very good resources for you to access. That is the biggest pile of horse shit I've ever heard, that every black person knows how to get into college. I didn't know how to get into college when I was a high schooler. Yeah, the guidance counselor. Yeah, thank you. It's a guidance counselor usually. How much you want to? How well qualified do you think the underfunded inner city schools guidance counselors are for getting these kids, like, set up for getting their college, like, applications ready? Like, how many of them even have a computer at home to write up their applications? It's just like, yeah, it makes no sense. It's complete horseshit. Reality disagrees with this woman's ideology.
Oh, President Obama. You can pull out the head of Time Warner was black man, Forbes was black man. We know.
So yeah, literally, just because there's been a few successful black people, that justifies, yeah, like, any black person can do it if there's been a few that have done it. This is obviously, like, insane. This is like arguing that any sea turtle, any baby sea turtle can make it to the sea, while meanwhile it's like 5% of them actually make it past the shore and don't get eaten by seagulls or crabs. And it's like, okay, granted, any sea turtle could do it, but far from every sea turtle is able to do it.
What to do now. We don't need affirmative action anymore. And to me, affirmative action is offensive sometimes, especially nowadays, because I have 6 children, and 2 boys, 4 girls. And all of them went to Harvard and Columbia and this one and that one. And it breaks my heart to think that they accomplished that goal of getting...
Yeah, she comes from a wealthy, affluential family. Either you know what she might have done? She might have come from a relatively well-off family I'm going to predict this woman's life right here, and because I'm Xander Hall, I'm going to get it 100% right. You know what this woman did? She got an MRS degree, okay? She was born into a fairly well-off family, middle class, you know, parents who knew how to apply for college. She went to college, found a guy who is, like, on the path to a very bright future, had kids with him, and those kids are in Ivy League schools. That's what I think happened to this lady. And she's just like, why doesn't every black person do this? That's really common. What's an MRS major? And an MRS degree is when you go and you get married to a wealthy or future successful guy that you met in college. It's when, like, a woman goes to college to find a guy who has a bright future to get with while he's young and isn't currently successful.
Into these institutions just because of the color of their skin.
I can definitely say that it creates a lot of tension when you have affirmative action. I remember my first week at the University of Illinois, I was sitting with some classmates and a white student turned to me and jokingly like, hey Xavier, like, did you just attach a smiley face when you applied for this college? And I started asking what he meant, and he said to me that he was like, you're black, I'm assuming you had decent grades, you could have just attached a smiley face and you would have gotten into the university. So I was livid by that, and I went off, I started naming all my accomplishments, and I felt so confident only for about an hour, because then an hour later I started saying to myself, like, wow, like, did I actually earn my way in here? I started to have this insecurity, and I started wondering to myself,
dude, imagine being so this is unironically bootlicker cuck behavior. This is where I would call him out and I would say bootlicker. You think that you are morally in the wrong. You feel guilty that you feel you're able to game the system to get into college easier. The system isn't fair, and you feel guilty that you managed to get by because you didn't work hard enough. Yeah, this is black guilt.
Did I earn this position myself, or did my ancestors' suffering earn this for me?
You heard of white guilt.
I've seen it in the sense of like affirmative action taking away from
Now
other
you've
people
seen
who are
black
minorities.
guilt.
Like I had a friend who was Asian and he in high school and he really wanted to go to MIT. That was his dream school. He interned there. He was super like prepared to go there and he didn't get in. And you can only assume that it was because of affirmative action because they have such a large Asian population that they want to admit other people.
Yeah, I was going to actually argue that it's more racist nowadays because it excludes so many Asian Americans from getting into universities who do deserve a spot and they can't get in because of affirmative action.
Okay, hold on. Let's check if this is actually true, because I hear this from conservatives so much, and I feel like it might not be true. It's not true at all. Let's find out. Okay, factcheck.org. Claim. Many Asian Americans believe that affirmative action hurts their chances of getting into college. Claim is fully false. Rating this claim is false. Affirmative action does not hurt Asian Americans' chances of attending college. In fact, according to a study released by the U.S. Department of Education, Asians have the highest college enrollment rate among all ethnic groups at 59%. And in fact, if affirmative action was outlawed, it would hurt Asian Americans' chance of getting into college. So it's just straight up a lie. I should have known. Conservatives say it so often, it must just be a straight-up lie they popularized. They'll just repeat something like that so much that you might actually, like, think it might be true. Always fact-check. Everything they say is a lie. Almost everything. So you can never, ever just think, maybe that one's true. That sounds believable enough. Nope. Fact-check it. Even if it sounds believable, it's probably a lie.
Which, again, like you were saying, was necessary at the time.
Yeah.
But now it's like anybody, if you have the skills to do it and you're in America, you can get in.
I don't think affirmative action is the worst thing, considering all the different types or aspects of a background you might take into account when somebody's getting into college, whether they were in certain clubs, Boy Scouts, what type of classes they took, that might not be available to everybody. I don't think that factoring in the affirmative action is necessarily a bad thing, but I feel like because of everything you guys have said, the optics behind it are so horrible today that even if it is slightly beneficial in the long run for certain people, I think we can probably refocus most of that into figuring out like the class that people come from, the neighborhoods, the backgrounds, or whatever, without it having to necessarily target race. The only thing that I kind of wonder now that it's gone is instead of a black person being in school thinking like, man, am I here because I'm an affirmative action pick, is it going to be a kid that is poor or a kid that's from a different zip code?
I think we should do away with all of it. It's just like submit an application, no demographics. Why do they ask your...
Well, no. The ideal system, if we're going to do something like affirmative action, is it would be class-based. Ideally, we would have affirmative action based on income. Because the actual problem with poverty, like the overarching issue, is that wealth inequality is a tool through which black people are oppressed. If you eliminate wealth inequality as a whole is a problem. Mind you, it's still a problem when white people are poor and can't get into college, as well. So, like, yeah, like, we should also be opening up programs for giving access to white poor people to get into college. Yeah, like, it should be based on class. And I believe Destiny agrees with that. And I think most reasonable, progressive-minded people do as well. I think that, like, most liberals overall have been advocating for a wealth and income-based affirmative action system as opposed to a racially based affirmative action system, because that will have the same not the same effect, it'll have the desired effect.
Sexuality, like, why do they ask all that stuff?
So, if affirmative action accomplished its purpose, why do we still see the disparities that we do in the professional workplace? If you average white wealth and compare it to black wealth totals, white people as a whole have about 50 times greater wealth than black people as a whole per capita. So I just don't understand why you think affirmative action has accomplished its purpose. I don't see
Curious. Why do you assume that just because there is a disparity means it's because of a racial issue?
What else would it be from?
I mean,
upbringing, economic abilities,
desire
skills.
to go, desire to.
Okay. Why would there be such a stark contrast between racial demographics and income disparity coincidentally? What do you think is like a through? You literally just complained about being put in the same box as, like, by white liberals as every other black person, and yet you're saying right now that, like, I guess all black people must have all these same bizarre issues that are the cause of all these wealth inequality issues. Like, it makes no sense. It's completely irrational and deranged. It's incoherent.
I mean, zip code does play a lot. If you grow up in a neighborhood that experiences a lot of trauma, you're not as likely to do as well in school, which means you're...
Why did they grow up in a neighborhood that experiences a lot of trauma?
I mean, lots of people do.
Yes, but why specifically do more black people?
Government assistance programs.
Government assistance programs.
Government assistance programs? Really? What are you going to talk about, like the projects or something? You think that's like where the issue is? No. No, government assisted housing is not the issue. You dumb fuck. The issue is redlining. The issue is redlining. The bad neighborhoods in all of these big cities, those are the neighborhoods that are the only places black and brown people could move into when redlining was an on-paper policy. And the nice neighborhoods, as you know them now, are the places that were redlined, where black people back in the day literally could not buy a house. They could not, like, rent or get a loan or anything. And it was on paper illegal for them to do so. And even if they somehow found a way to move in, they'd probably be ran out.
Programs like what?
Try redlining.
I mean, you can go into that if you'd like to, but let's take a
is
look
relevant.
at the Great Societies Act.
No. Let's actually go into it. Let's take a look at it. No, don't roll off of that. I know you're scared to talk about redlining. Let's talk about redlining. Let's talk about the direct... Literally, you can take the image of what areas of a city now are considered the ghetto and take an image of what areas were allowed for brown people to buy back in the day and see they were right on top of each other. And they, like, even back then, they were shitty housing. It was citywide segregation.
Which was created to kick black fathers out of the home and get black mothers on welfare assistance. These things aren't beneficial for economics. These things aren't beneficial for actually paving a way for success for black children and black families. I mean, reducing a two-family household to a one-family household isn't going to make them the richest man in the world. It isn't even going to get them out of high school. Nonetheless, the ability to even get to college.
You mean two-parent?
The child, yes, but a two-parent household in comparison to a one-parent household, that child is not going to be nearly as successful. That child is more disposed to being sent into prison by doing crimes or not doing very well in school. So how are they even supposed to get that, that wealth disparity shrunk if they aren't even able to get out of the community that is causing these problems for them?
Something I think that this conversation illustrates is that, like, affirmative action is literally the very end of the line of a lot of different parts of a person's life. And by that point, trying to rectify all of the inequities that have existed, to try to remedy any of that at the very end with affirmative action, it might just be too broad a brush. And maybe we'd be better served focusing on the earlier issues than trying to throw a kid who maybe, can barely read at a 6th grade level into a college to hope that that's...
I hope he uses the best example of this is no longer funding schools based on local property tax. That would solve so many problems right at the root. It's like one of the thickest, biggest roots of the problem. Like, imagine the problem is a big tree. You would be cutting one of the biggest and thickest roots just by funding schools not based on property tax, and ensuring that every school gets like a significant amount of funding. That is the correct answer. In this situation, you force the interaction, make them meet you in the center of the ring, and force the exchange. Well, yeah, you have to interrupt. Like, interrupt conservatives when they're wrong and point it out immediately. Don't let them ramble on and make you forget the point you were going to make. Interrupt them.
It's the thing that fixes the problem at the end of the line.
I think affirmative.
What are they going to do? Get mad and leave? If they get mad and leave, they've conceded the debate. What are they going to do? Start yelling and getting angry? If they get mad and angry, they lose the debate.
Action wasn't really supposed to like send kids to Harvard that weren't prepared to go to Harvard. I think that's quite a myth, in fact. I think those that have the qualities to get to Harvard were, before affirmative action, were just completely overlooked. You know, Clarence Thomas is like the perfect example. You know, regardless of what you think about him, he was able to get to Harvard because of affirmative action, because, you know, it focused on finding people that were, you know, again, like just overlooked.
But things ended up changing. It morphed into something else. So what started out as a good program of giving all black people or people with a lesser chance or lesser opportunity, it started out as that, and then it morphed. And I'm not sure
How
who
did it
morphed
morph?
it, but it morphed into
nothing morphed. The policy hasn't morphed. There are individual states who have different policy. California had a much weaker form of affirmative action on a state level. They they got rid of, like years ago, because the federal affirmative action was better, in their view, and then that got taken away because that got like repealed by the Supreme Court.
Okay, so now we have to have one black, one Hispanic, one this, one that.
That's not how that works.
But hey, talk to the corporations, talk to the people who hire, talk to the board members who say we need it.
Notice how these people literally, you respond, that's not true, and they have like an Alex Jones line they heard that they want to recite to you, so they won't engage with what you said. They want to finish their dialogue tree.
To have a woman on the board, we need to have a black on the board, we need to have a Latina, a Latinx, whatever on the board. So it morphed from helping us into now
tokenization.
Yes. So you have to have one of this, one of that.
Well, when you start with a country where people only hire you if you're white, that's necessary. And I know that you said that it started good and then ended whatever. And I don't think that affirmative action was perfect by any measure, but we still see really, really bad inequalities. So if you're going to get rid of affirmative action, what's the replacement?
Meritocracy.
There's no meritocracy in this country. You look at Elon Musk.
There is no meritocracy in America. Might makes right in America. Might makes right in this world. That is the rule that has been the case for as long as human civilization has been the case. Might makes right. It's as simple as that. If you have the power, if you have the guns, if you are the one who can kill any dissenters, then you make the rules. That's how governments work. It's how the police work. It's how the military works. We as citizens, realistically, don't have the ability to go against the rules made by the government because they have the might to crush us. The same goes for every other nation and their citizenry, until the citizenry has more might than said nation's power structure and dismantles it and takes it down from the inside. Or a more mighty nation crushes another nation. That has been the way of things for a very long time. Might makes right has been how the world has functioned for a long time. It is not morally right, though. It is not. It is a flawed and horrible thought process, but we've still operated on it for a very long time. One Piece! I noticed the One Piece thing. I've never seen One Piece, but I know you guys like it. Fuck, what was I saying? Yeah, we as humans have evolved beyond the primal baser instincts of like wanting to grug everything that has, or everyone else who has our stuff that we want. And realize that actually functioning together and being kind to each other in a cooperative society is actually realistically the best way forward as a species. But there are, for some reason, a lot of people who disagree with that prospect, and those people are conservatives. Like, conservatives morally disagree with the idea of creating a meritocracy because they believe that might makes right is meritocracy. But it's not. A meritocracy is one in which there is a system with rules and guidelines and regulations that ensure every individual has the same meritocratic chance at success. That means if somebody is born with a, I guess it would be called a congenital condition, in which, let's say, they don't have legs, they wouldn't be left to live their life with the same amount of handicaps and benefits as any other person would have, they would be offered every benefit they could have to be on the same playing field in terms of how much effort they have to put in as everybody else. The idea is everybody should be having to put in an equal amount of effort for success. What conservatives expect of black people is they put in enormous amounts of effort in order to succeed in the same way white people can with far less effort. They believe that that massively disproportionate amount of effort that black people are forced to put in, realistically, if they want to succeed via the system, is fair. That's meritocracy. That is not how it should be. That is not meritocracy. Meritocracy is where everybody is at the same point in the starting line, not where everybody is at different points and black people are really far back from the starting line, and meritocracy is when they just have to figure it out. That's not what it is. No. That's might makes right, is what that is. And that is not the same as meritocracy.
He's destroying Twitter. There's no meritocracy. That's ridiculous.
Well, first thing I want to bounce back to is it's not a myth that there are like minorities that are being put into colleges that they're not ready for. If you look at a lot of these top universities, including Harvard, Yale, etc., you're going to see a lot of minorities on academic probation because they are being placed in universities that they are not ready for. They're not cut out for that just yet. And it even just makes sense if you look at how much they have to achieve in order to get there. Asian students on average have to score 450 points higher than a black student in order to get in the same university. So if you think of the university,
a student who self-identifies as Asian will need 140 SAT points higher than whites, 320 SAT points higher than Hispanics, and 450 SAT points higher than African Americans. Okay, let's look into this because that's a 2009 study, and we just read a factcheck.org thing that said the United States Department of Education's consensus is that it would be harder for Asian Americans to get into colleges if affirmative action was taken away. So it's possible that in regards to SAT scores, this is true, but SAT scores are not like, that's not like as simple as it is. What is SAT? Okay, so the SAT test is a test that you take usually in your junior, but sometimes in your senior year of high school, and you send that score. You can take it as many times as you want, but you have to pay. That's the big thing, and that's why this is very. That's why this is very misrepresentative. You can take the SAT as many times as you want and just send your highest score to colleges, but they charge you for every test you take. I think it's like $40 per try. So if you have enough money, you can just send your kid in to retry, $40 every time, not counting the other expenses like your pencils and your like calculator and all that other stuff you have to bring in. There's like a very special calculator you need for the calculus portion and the math portions of the SAT. It's that like special math calculator. Yeah, $55, sorry. So the reason why this is the case is likely because if you are Asian in America, the vast majority of the time, not only are you more likely to get a higher score on your SAT the first time, but you're more likely to have the money generationally and familially to afford multiple tries in the SAT. The same goes for white people, while the same does not go for Hispanic and African Americans, who, let's be honest, most African American families cannot afford multiple tries for the SAT. Okay? $55 is more. That's more than a day's groceries, guys. $55 is more than a family's day of groceries, okay? That is a lot of fucking money for your kids maybe, to be retrying the SAT, all right? I'm going to trust the United States Department of Education and their statement on affirmative action and whether or not it would harm or benefit Asian Americans for it to continue to exist over this study that seems somewhat cherry-picked around SAT scores, which are not very well representative of chances to get into college anyway, because scholarships and other academic achievement also exist. For example, my swimming varsity letters would have gotten me into college despite my not-so-great SAT scores, because I was a horrible tester. And on top of that, there are other extracurricular activities that give you a higher chance of getting into college as well if you include it in your accomplishments. For example, I did a science fair project when I was in middle school that went to the state science fair, and that actually would have a bearing on my chances of getting into certain colleges. They would consider that as like an accomplishment for consideration. So there's just a lot of other factors outside of SAT score, and SAT score is so vulnerable to just being able to brute force it if you have enough money and just get a high score because you have enough money, that I understand why this policy exists. Though it's not perfect. Once again, I believe that affirmative action policies should be based around income, your family's income.
That have courses, etc., that grade on a curve, you can only have so many people with an A, so many people with a B, etc. So that means that the bottom percentile,
you can get 2 free tries with the SAT with a waiver. Yeah, that's true.
is going to fail. Who is most likely, just based on logic, going to be the ones failing? It's going to be the people who didn't have the credentials to get there in the first place. And then I have to bounce back to.
I want to get you on that point because.
The Dark Canuck says, I grew weed to put my daughters through college. Are you the mom from Weeds? What the fuck? Based, though.
I would posit that the people who are least likely to have good outcomes in an academic setting are those who have to work 2 jobs, are those who have to drive there from home because they can't afford a dorm, are those who have to go into crippling financial debt. These are and have other stresses in their life. They can't afford a doctor, they can't afford a dentist, they can't afford anything.
I had to do
so
that too, though.
Those are the
That's
people.
not just black people. It's not just.
But it's overwhelming.
Well, yeah, I mean, look at the wealth inequality. Most poor people in America are not black, but most black people in America are poor. It's an important thing to remember. Wealth inequality as a whole is a problem. That's why I'm an intersectional progressive, and I believe that we need to acknowledge wealth inequality, racism, transphobia, homophobia. All of these things are ideological roots that basically push inequality and injustice in this country. It propagates it, and so you need to attack all of those things as a unilateral push against all of these different things to stop the overarching issue.
Straight numbers, there are more white people in poverty than black people.
If you look at the wrong numbers, but if you
I don't know,
actually
what are the
understand
wrong
what you're talking
numbers?
about.
No
The issue is
is
poverty
wrong.
in general, though. I don't think it's like who's in poverty. It's like poverty sucks.
Maybe
It
we
shouldn't
should make
matter
college
who's in it.
free, and maybe we want to have
Sure.
affirmative action wouldn't be that necessary.
It'll get even more ghetto.
If you have a program that says you are under,
They just hate poor black people. Their response to making college free was it would just get more ghetto. Because their view of poor black people is that they're lazy, like, scum who just, like, wallow in laziness and crime and filth. They drive through, like, the ghetto or whatever, and they're like, oh, these pieces of shit. Why don't they just pull themselves up by their bootstraps and just figure it out? If you've heard conservatives talk about, like, black neighborhoods and, like, how it is in their mind, you'll see how mask off they're willing to go, particularly like white podcast bros for some reason. You get a few white podcast bros drunk and they start talking about systemic issues in this country, and you'll see how fast they get racist about their opinion on like low income neighborhoods.
you are under a certain income level, this is how we'll help you. That will overwhelmingly help black people at a far greater percentage than it will help white people.
Trump supports Black lives.
Nice. Okay.
I think that President Trump supports all lives. I think that he looks at all American citizens as equal.
Well, I guess
don't
he's
see
going
him
up to
doing
argue
anything
with
that
them.
would make you feel like he does not support Black lives. That's, of course, going to lead into the conversation of Black Lives Matter, which was a movement and an organization with so much corruption. Donald Trump not supporting that organization doesn't mean that he doesn't support Black lives. It just means that he doesn't support the fraudulent organization that's stealing so much money from so many people to do.
Black Lives Matter is an organization, yes, and as an organization, there are some good people in said organization, and there are some good things that they've done, I'm sure. But overall, I do not support the Black Lives Matter organization. The actual, like group organization. The movement, though, the Black Lives Matter movement is entirely different. It is far broader. Its membership literally only requires you to identify with it and to believe in the ideology of wanting racial justice in this country, and believing that Black Lives Matter. What these people try to do so desperately is conflate the Black Lives Matter movement with the Black Lives Matter organization. And so they'll just talk about Black Lives Matter as a whole. They talk about things the organization has done, and they talk about things the movement has done in the same breath, because they don't want to allow their audience to see any distinction between these two groups, because they are very different groups. Black Lives Matter, the movement, is something the majority of Americans support, while Black Lives Matter, the organization, is something the majority of Americans don't even know exist.
Do absolutely nothing with it, nor does he support a destructive movement that is destroying cities, communities, lives, etc. So I don't see why someone would think that President Trump
Once again, destroying cities. They literally think Portland's been burned to the ground.
doesn't support Black lives.
I've heard him say he knows all the best black people. He has all the best black friends. I do support black people.
I love black people. I have all the best black friends. They like to go golfing with me, and they voted for me, and they said that I won the election. I'm the least racist president that has ever existed in the history of America. I'm telling you, folks, not a single president ever in the history of America has ever been as good and anti-racist as me.
Yeah, the Vax Rebel is thrilled by Alex impersonation
All the
of
time.
Trump.
So sorry, that was a very bad impression, but I don't think Donald Trump wants bad things to happen to black people. So in that respect, I think he does support Black lives, but the other side of that is he's not really doing anything. He didn't do anything as president, certainly, to uplift black people.
You over there, my African American over there.
I love that clip.
It affects black people.
Yeah, I certainly disagree with that point. One of the biggest things I
What does he do for the
supported
economy?
personally, well, yeah, we'll get into that one later. One of the biggest things he did is he secured permanent funding for HBCUs, one of the largest increases we ever saw for HBCUs, personally done by his administration, among many other things. The First Step Act, which, you know, there's a lot of debate about whether it was really the best thing to do, but that was definitely a kiss of love to the black race. Freeing Alice Johnson for menial drug crimes she committed in the past that had her locked up. She did not get to see her family for years.
Yeah, but that's not like, okay, I did say I agree, but I agree in the sense that Donald Trump doesn't literally want bad things to happen to black people, like I think a lot of conservatives do.
Donald Trump is just an egomaniac who wants to please the most sycophantic types of Republicans. The most sycophantic types of Republicans are racist white nationalists. So that's what he latched himself onto, and that's how he has such a diehard fan base, is because those people who are already prone to such radical positions support him.
So I think that he just says the most.
They did everything right and they indicted me.
I don't know.
Yeah, I do think that. I think he says the things that will get him elected. So I don't think that he has any personal grudges against.
Hold on, let me check. The broad and blunt, the Trump administration's H-1B changes missed the opportunity for real reform. The Trump administration recently introduced the most significant changes to the H-1B visa program since it was last overhauled in 1990, promising to end the practice of replacing U.S. workers with highly skilled immigrants. While the problems the administration has identified and the interest in protecting U.S. workers are legitimate ones, its approach may cripple the H-1B program itself, which... Okay, so just straight up a lie. Just another blatant conservative lie about Trump being, like, a big purporter of H-1B visas. Just a straight-up lie. It was obvious, and that's why I fact-checked it, but I wanted to make sure. Another straight-up lie.
Most people. He just says the most popular thing. So I think, like, Ron DeSantis would be, Ron DeSantis would be somebody that I think actually wants black people to be hurt. So by that standard, yeah,
True.
Donald Trump supports black lives by leaps and bounds.
You think Donald Trump says the most popular thing?
Yeah.
Really?
Yes.
Then why do so many people hate him?
He got elected as president.
It's a base tad admin.
Yeah.
He didn't win the popular vote. Neither time.
That's a liberal talking point. That's a liberal talking
I'm
point.
helping you here. I'm trying to see the logic in this. Obviously, he says things to be elected as a politician very similarly to how Joe Biden did, except Joe Biden actually has a history of racism.
If he said things that people didn't like, he wouldn't have been our president.
So you like everything that...
So simultaneously, the history going back to like the 50s and 60s doesn't matter. But Biden, he was racist back in the day. Ignore any policies he does now, but he supported the crime bill. By the way, by racist, when they say that Biden was racist back in the day, I've actually fact-checked this because it's a lie. Biden was no more racist than any other politician back then. The crime bill was unanimously supported. It would be political suicide not to support it. Everybody supported it. It was not this like Biden showed his true colors by supporting the crime bill. This is not like the epic own that they think it is. Biden was not uniquely racist. It is just a straight up lie to defend Trump in comparison to Biden.
Donald Trump says? Do you think everything he says is popular?
I love a lot of the things he says. I think he's hilarious. When he said big water, that was one of my favorite quotes. Big water.
Water, big water, ocean water.
Ocean water.
He has the funniest one-liners. So
I say water because of that clip to this day.
I love a lot of the things he says. As far as policy, he sucks, but...
I'm just shocked you're wearing a Hunter Biden hat. He likes a different kind of one line.
Oh, I know, conservatives love talking about his...
No, Coke. It's different. Coke, not...
They really love talking about his cock, dude. It's insane. Like, so the conspiracy with Hunter Biden started as he had child porn in his laptop, and then the shit on his laptop came out, and none of it was child porn, but there was videos of him fucking legal, like, escorts and stuff, you know, of age legal escorts and, you know, doing coke and crack and stuff. Awesome stuff. Really cool. Nothing morally wrong with that. It's illegal, sure, but nothing wrong with it. And you'll be hard pressed to convince most people that makes him a bad person. But there was no child porn. But because there was embarrassing stuff found on there, the right kind of ran with the implication that that claim has been all but verified 100%. Have any of you guys kind of picked up on that too? They kind of moved the goalposts, but still kind of tried to retroactively claim victory on that. Even though there is no evidence of that, the only thing they have is just pictures of Hunter Biden's meat.
Trump is less of the issue and more so the people that support him, like Die Hard. They facilitate that kind of like hate, I think, for a lot of people, not just black people, but like...
I mean, this man took out like a full page in a newspaper calling for the public execution of 5 black kids. His hotels, all of his businesses have rampant history of denying black people apartments or whatever, so...
I forgot.
Oh, yeah. Donald Trump wrote like an op-ed about how the Central Park 5 should have been given the death penalty, even though the evidence very blatantly showed they were innocent. So, yeah, just really fucked up shit. I think we can find like a... I imagine some of you guys don't know what that's about. Trump will not apologize for calling for death penalty over Central Park 5. You have people on both sides. You have people on both sides of that. The president said when asked about the wrongly convicted defendants. President Trump said on Tuesday that he would not apologize for his harsh comments in 1989 about the Central Park 5, the 5 black and Latino men who as teenagers were wrongly convicted of the brutal rape of a jogger in New York City. Mr. Trump was asked about newspaper advertisements he bought back then calling for New York State to adopt the death penalty after the attack. He literally bought out ads in the newspaper to advocate for the execution of these 5 kids who were found unanimously innocent.
I just, not have stepped forward. Look, I mean, Donald Trump cares about Donald Trump, so I don't think he really cares about anyone, I guess, unless you're like super rich or whatever.
When you look at his history on racial issues, whether it's the shithole countries comment, the plethora of comments he made about Mexican people, just the comments he made about Muslims, the idea that Trump cares at all about some particular racial minority, I think is a little bit silly. I think Trump will say whatever he needs to say to rile up his base and to get elected.
I don't necessarily think those statements come from a place of hatred. I don't think he was ever saying specifically, oh, if
I expect
you
a
pray
lot
5
more
times a
from
day
Destiny in
towards
this
the east or
video,
towards making a face
Loki. Like, I was kind of expecting a lot more spice, you know? We're not going to watch the whole video because no content thievery. I want you all to go watch the original thing. And also I have to pee, and also I'm tired, and also I've been live for over 4 hours. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I expected Destiny to talk more just generally. But I don't know. It gives me more room to dunk on these arguments. These very, very weak arguments.
Wherever you are, you're a bad person. I think he was saying if you like to fly planes into towers or behead people or throw people off of buildings, maybe you're not the most virtuous person out there.
I supported Trump because he made the economy good, and so the economy then impacted black people, white people, Latino people. It impacted everybody. But Trump, he didn't think specifically, I don't think, about black people. He thought about himself, and he thought about how can I make America great for me, and making and I thought, you know what, I'm gonna go with this guy, and the reason I'm gonna go with this guy is because if he can make America great and he can make that it rise for everybody, I'm gonna benefit from that. So that's why.
So her thought process is that she is like the same kind of person as Trump who works just as hard as Trump. So if Trump makes America more like the America he succeeded in, then everybody who works as hard as Trump did will be able to succeed. Small load of $1 billion.
Why I win, and that's why I voted for him. That's why I supported him.
But how does that specifically benefit black people? Again, he's a businessman, but he's also a racist businessman, and like well documented so. So like I just.
And Biden's not. Biden's not.
Yes, he is. He created the crime bill. So that's regardless of the point.
Justice Central Park 5, that's what you brought up, right? How do you feel about that?
The crime bill. Okay, hold on. Let's debunk this talking point too. Biden on the 1994 crime bill. Former Vice President Joe Biden defended his support decades ago for a controversial crime bill, saying in a speech in South Carolina, "There's another part of my long record that's being grossly misrepresented, the 1994 crime bill." We'll go through Biden's points about what was in the bill and what he supported or opposed. Biden spoke about the bill in a speech in Sumter on July 6, in which he addressed his earlier remarks a few weeks ago about working with some civility in the 1970s with two segregationist Southern Democrats to get things done, even though we didn't agree on much of anything. Biden, who is leading the national polls for the 2020 Democratic presidential nomination, apologized in his Sumter speech, saying, "I'm sorry for any of the pain or misconception his remarks may have caused anybody." He also made extensive remarks about the 1994 crime bill, which Biden, as a chairman of the Senate Judiciary Committee, largely wrote and shepherded through the legislative process. The Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994 received bipartisan support at the time, but has been criticized for some of its provisions, such as mandatory minimum sentencing and its impact on mass incarceration. When we looked at claims in 2016 from both sides of the law's role in mass incarceration, we found the trend of increasing imprisonment began well before 1994, but experts told us that the 1994 law exacerbated the issue. The legislation was aimed at addressing rising crime in the country and contained a host of policing and crime prevention provisions, including 3 strikes mandatory life sentences for repeat violent offenders, funding for community policing and prisons, an assault weapons ban, and the Violence Against Women Act. It authorized $30.2 billion. So no doubt the assault weapons ban and the Violence Against Women Act were the two big parts that Biden supported. It authorized $30.2 billion, according to Congressional Research Services report on federal crime measures. It increased federal crime subject to the death penalty and enabled juveniles to be tried as adults for violent and firearm-involved federal crimes. So, this was unanimously and bipartisanly supported at the time and passed just overwhelmingly. Crime was at a pretty large high at the time, and being tough on crime was very popular with everybody everywhere at the time. And it has had horrible effects in hindsight. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last time, that Democrats have worked with Republicans on a bipartisan bill that will have negative downstream effects that maybe could have been predicted, but weren't really taken into account at the time. Now, though, in 2023, conservatives are trying to use that against Biden, something that is not unique to him, something that does not apply to him today, as a way of defending someone who is very much still and unapologetically open with his racist tendencies on sort of like your average boomer conservative level, but his willingness, more worryingly, his willingness to accept and bring in white nationalists, neo-Nazis, and white supremacists into the fold of his supporter base, right? So once again, conservatives just blatantly lying. As much as I'd like to go through the rest of this video just debunking lie after lie, we're barely halfway through it and it's been an hour, so I think we're going to cut it short here with that segment because, like, goddamn. You guys can, of course, see, we're not even halfway through it. Jesus. You can't say I don't transform the content I react to. God. Whew. Don't get mad at me. I was going to wrap up stream when right when I got the Vosh raid. I found that segment as like a last minute thing for me to cover. Hassan went through the whole thing. Well, Hassan was probably eating and then got up to piss and like make a snack halfway through. No, it's dope of you. Thank you, Daphne Dawn. All right, everybody. Nyalokos, thank you for the $5. I really appreciate it. Said, I'm Beta Leafy. Oh, well, congrats on the name change, Beta Leafy. Thank you, thank you. All right. Let me update the dono goal really fast. Thank you guys so much for your support today. You guys have been so lovely. Let's find out who we're going to raid. Who is getting the raid? Dude, iDubbbz is live with less viewers than me right now. Guys, you need to go into iDubbbz stream right now. I'm gonna host him. You need to go into iDubbbz stream. You just say Xander Hall host. And if he asks like who I am, say Lefty Streamer. Mention I embedded on the website and that I don't do the Twitch thing, so it's just through my site. I'm going to host iDubbbz. Build the bridge. It's up to you to build this bridge, chat. Build this bridge. I've hosted him once before, so that seed is already planted. This is your second chance. This is your chance to fully to fully build this bridge. Okay? Go now, chat. I love you all. Thank you for your support. I love you. Have a good one. Bye. Doo-doo fart.